lumber, food, even ice cream. In the months it took to build Camp Century, more than 6,000 tons of supplies were used. Even the vehicles we used at the site had to be transported over the ice on big bobsleds. We called these convoys of 10 and 20-ton sleds heavy swings. Crawling up the ice cap at approximately 2 miles an hour, a heavy swing would reach the camp in about 70 hours if everything went well. We used wooden caboose-like trailers, awnings, to house members of the construction crews for the 3-day trip. Mukluk, a 3-month-old Eskimo sled dog, went along as camp mascot, strictly against regulations. Caterpillar tractors with extra-wide treads pulled the heavy swing. Each tractor could pull from 50 to 100 tons. Finally, like a wagon train in the Old West, the first heavy swing got underway. This is the story of Camp Century, of the Army engineers who carved out the underground city, of the many other men of the United States Army who made this project possible, and of man's never-ceasing quest for knowledge.
shot at a theater named Ford. Kennedy.
I am here personally right now to introduce my next guest speaker. I wanted to do that myself for Mr. Jordan Maxwell. I've known of Jordan's work for at least 5 years, and I have had the pleasure of getting to know him personally for about 2 years, off and on now. And he has become a personal hero of mine. Before that, it was, well, Batman. But you know the Hollywood movie. The valiant youth who learns of his destiny at an early age and goes out and battles the forces of evil. Jordan is that hero in the flesh, at least to me he is. And to you, once you get to know him and his work of over 40 years, both academically and experientially. He is going to lay out the groundwork today of our history, our hidden history, a lesson that we all need to know about, of things that we aren't taught, things that are here, going on, right in front of our eyes, which is the best place to hide things. And we have an exclusive tomorrow. Jordan will lay out the groundwork today, and he will bring a guest with him tomorrow. And they will bring us up to date. And he has some very interesting, profound information for this contemporary audience. So, for now, he will lay the groundwork, give you a history lesson that you are going to want to hear. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the work and the experience of a man that I would like to call my hero and friend, Mr. Jordan Maxwell.
Good, it works. I want to thank all of you for being here with me. Is this going to give me problems because I'm... Okay. Oh yeah, maybe we can turn it down in the back. We're going to have to turn it down in the back a little bit. Okay. I was going to do slides and talk a little bit about religion, and then talk a little bit about government, and but I decided that if I were to bring slides, it's going to take me all night, because there's just so much I want to say about the system we live under. It is the most incredible array of treason, lies, crimes against the state. It's just an incredible story of how this country operates, who owns it, and consequently, as I said, if I brought slides, I wouldn't get through tonight. So I'm just going to kind of meander over some of the points I want to make, and it may not follow a consistent pattern, but just kind of follow along with me. Because the point I want to make tonight is that words are very important. We as humans are word control. We are word control humans. You can say something to someone and they will beat you up because they don't like the words. You can say something to another person and they will love you because of the words. But what you need to understand is that there's a world of difference between a dictionary definition of a word and a legal or lawful dictionary definition of a word. When you go into court, when you're dealing with attorneys and judges, the words that you use do not mean the same thing at all. Let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about. Here it is. Corpus Juris Secundum, which is a complete restatement of the entire American law. Corpus Juris Secundum, which is a huge set of law volumes in any good law library, and I photocopied this. Under the heading of attorney and client, it says, an attorney has an obligation to the courts and to the public, no less significant than his obligation to his clients. Thus, an attorney occupies a dual position which imposes dual obligations. His first duty is to the courts and to the government or public, not to the client. So the first duty of an attorney is to the courts and to the government and not to the client. And whenever the duties of his client conflict with those he owes as an officer of the court in the administration of justice, the former must yield to the latter. So anytime you might have a difference with what the judge is doing or the courts are doing, it doesn't matter. They're the boss. And the attorney works for them, not you. Then in Corpus Juris Secundum, it goes on to say under attorney and client, a client is one who applies to a lawyer or a counselor for advice or direction in a question of law. A client is also called a ward of the court in relation to his relationship with his attorney. Clients, if you hire an attorney, you're a client. And a client is a ward of the court. Look up in Black's Law Dictionary the word ward of the court, and it says an infant or person of unsound mind. According to the law, if you hire an attorney, you're an idiot. That's what the law book says. See if you can remember this quotation. For the first time, a civilized nation has full gun registration. Our streets will be safer, our police more effective, and the world will follow our lead to the future. That's it, Adolf Hitler. You know how many employees the United States Post Office has? No. How many employees did the United States Post Office have? A guess. 800,000. Okay. All of you are wrong. 5. 5 employees of the United States of America Post Office. Now we have a privately owned company owned by a guy in England that's called the United States Postal Service, not Post Office. Postal Service is a privately owned company. It's owned by some people in England, and they have a franchise to operate here in America with your mail. So when you go into what you call the post office, just remember, it is not run by the American government. This is a privately owned corporation. And consequently, it's operating as a military unit, and that's why if you're drafted, you can go down and swear in at the post office, because it is under international military justice. So I think there's I want to read you something here to give you an idea about, because this is the world of occultism that I love, and this is the kind of thing that I love. I want to read you something. You probably have heard this before. Abraham Lincoln. And the reason I'm reading this is to show you that there is a world of occult power behind world governments. And most people think things just happen by chance. No way. And the whole idea is, I think, well expressed in this. Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. Abraham Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846. John Kennedy was elected to Congress in 1946. 100 years exactly. Abe Lincoln was elected president in 1860. John Kennedy was elected president in 1960. The names Lincoln and Kennedy both contain 7 letters. Both were particularly concerned with civil rights. Both wives lost children while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday. Both presidents were shot in the head. Lincoln's secretary was named Miss Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Miss Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners. Both Southerners were named Johnson. Andrew Johnson succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson succeeded Kennedy, born in 1908. John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Lincoln, born 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald, who assassinated Kennedy, born 1939. Both assassins were known by 3 names: John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. Both names are comprised of 15 letters. Lincoln was shot at a theater named Ford. Kennedy was shot in a car made by Ford called Lincoln. John Wilkes Booth ran from the theater and was caught in a warehouse. Oswald ran from a warehouse and was caught in a theater. I like this one. A week before Lincoln was shot, he was in Monroe, Maryland, and a week before Kennedy was shot, he was in Maryland, Monroe. Well, I get back to this postal thing. You know that when you walk in a post office, you no longer have a postal worker. If your mail comes back to you, it says it's coming back and you should go to the Postal Service to see a retail clerk at the Postal Service. That's why they no longer have FBI pictures in the post office, and you can buy bubble gum and all kinds of toys in there, because it's now owned by someone that is not a citizen in this country. And consequently, I think probably the most extraordinary thing, well, this is a quotation from John Swington, and I'll have photocopies of this, and you can get a whole set if you wish. John Swington, the former chief of staff of the New York Times, was referred to while living as the dean of his profession. In 1953, he gave a toast before the New York Press Club in New York City, and he said this: "There is no such thing at this date of the world's history in America as an independent press. You know it and I know it. There's not one of you who dares to write your honest opinion. If you did, you would beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid weekly to keep my honest opinions out of the paper I am connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things, and any of you would be foolish as to write an honest opinion that would be out on the streets, because you'd be out on the streets looking for a new job." And he goes on to say, "We're nothing more than jumping jacks. While our masters pull the strings, we dance." Consequently, our press, the media, is of course owned and controlled by money. In the ancient system of the Druids, thousands of years ago, even 1,000 years before the Roman Empire in Northern Europe, there was a whole system of religion and government called the Druidic system. That system exists today, right now, in this country and in the Western world. All over what we would call the Western world is a Druidic system. And if you understand the Druids and their symbols and their words and terms and their symbols in government and religion, then you will see Druidism everywhere. One of the most important symbols in the Druid religion was the magic wand, like Merlin the magician with his magic wands, and Mickey Mouse with his magic wand. Magic wands, the reference works say, were always made out of holly wood. Consequently, the holly tree is very important to the ancient Celtic Druidic system of religion. Hollywood is very important to this whole process of the manipulation of the minds of people in the Western world. I have little to no respect for Hollywood or anybody working in it. I'm very close to it. I live around it. I know many people in it, but I know what it's doing. A most important subject, well, I said words. And before I hit that, let's go to the word public in a law dictionary. The word public is the populace, the community, that vast multitude which includes the ignorant, the unthinking, the credulous, who in making a purchase do not stop to analyze but are governed by appearances and general impressions. That's the public as far as the law is concerned. Now let me at this point, well, here's one more. This is a doozy. In a law book, if you call yourself a human being, go to a law book and look up the word human being, and it will tell you, see monster. All right? So then you turn over to monster, and there it is. A law dictionary's definition of a monster is a human being by birth and in some part resembling a lower animal. A monster has no inheritable blood and cannot be heir to any land. Consequently, we as human beings we're not men and women. We're considered human beings. And the word human being goes back to the Crusades. When the knights were traveling across Europe on their way to Jerusalem, they were fathering a lot of illegitimate children. And of course, the offspring of a knight would inherit the father's fortune. And the church was not going to allow that. So they designated all the babies coming from the knights to be acting like they're being human, but they're not actually human. They're not actually a man or a woman. They're like being human. So consequently, we today are like that. We're just acting like we're human. And consequently, the law reflects that. Now, here's the basis for what is going on here. Cecil Rhodes, British statesman and empire builder, in his last will, it says in the reference work in People's Almanac says, in the first 5 wills, Cecil Rhodes repeatedly called for a, quote, secret society, the true aim and object whereof shall be the extension of the British rule throughout the world and eventually the ultimate recovery of the United States of America. So there's a secret society operating around the world that has as its true aim and objective the destruction of the freedom of our country. And these people are British royalty, not the English people. The English people are a beautiful people, have a very beautiful history. The country, and even the UK, all 3 of the countries are beautiful countries with beautiful people. But the British royalty, in my humble opinion, are the most evil operation on the face of the earth. I believe they're behind the drug trafficking, mafia, bloodletting, and when David Icke talks about the possibility that there might be reptilian influence there, I'm going to give you my opinion on that based on my own personal research. I think he's totally right on this. I think there's a very good case can be made for the existence of reptilians. And I totally agree that the reptilian influence on this earth is frightening in its implications. And I believe this not because David Icke's reasons. I have my own reasons that I arrived at the same place a long time ago also. So if you are privy to the kind of research that David and I are doing, you'll see what I mean. There's a lot of very powerful proof out there that something very serious is going on. Now, the main thing that I wanted to talk about today, I wanted to talk about religion a little bit at first, but I've got too much to say about government right now. So I want you to understand something very clearly. When anyone asks you in this country, are you a citizen of the United States? Okay? Now, a lot of you may have heard this. I'm just going to give you a general overall picture of this. When someone asks you in this country, are you a citizen of the United States? What you think that they are asking you is, are you lawfully in this country? Are you lawfully here to do business and be here? That's not what they ask you. The country is called America. America is the name of the country. But in the 1860s, late 1860s, a group of men got together and incorporated a privately owned company. Anyone can incorporate a privately owned company, and a group of men did. They incorporated a company, privately owned, and they called the company the United States Company, Corporation. And according to corporate law, and anyone who has a corporation or a business knows that according to corporate law, all corporations must have a president. That's the law. And it must have a vice president. And it must have a secretary of treasury. That's corporate law. So the corporation had to have a president and a vice president. Today, when you see once a year at the State of the Union, when you see the president come out and the Speaker of the House says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States." Everybody in this country thinks he's the President of America. America doesn't have a president. This is a corporate term used in business. The United States Corporation is a privately owned company. It's privately owned. And it's a 10-mile square that it operates in called the District of Columbia. Columbia simply means universal. This is what Catholic means, universal. When you start tracing back the ownership of the corporation called United States privately owned company, then you begin to see that if you say that you are a citizen of the United States, what you're saying lawfully is that you are an employee of a foreign corporation under international maritime law. You are an employee of a privately owned company. Therefore, if you are living in any state such as California and you're making money here, then what you are doing quite literally is moonlighting, because you are already working for and are an employee of a privately owned company called United States Corporation. But you are earning money in California. Therefore, you are a franchisee of a foreign corporation under maritime law. You're a franchisee. It's like opening up a McDonald's here. You can open up a McDonald's, but you're not the boss of McDonald's. The McDonald's Corporation is the boss. They tell you what you can sell and what you can't sell and how much it's going to be, and they call the shots. You can merely be a franchisee operating under their jurisdiction. So consequently, each one of us who call ourselves a citizen of the United States is in point of fact a franchisee of a foreign corporation, and once a year you have to pay what is referred to as the California Franchise Tax Board, because you're a franchisee of a foreign corporation under international law. Let me explain something to you. There are two kinds of law on the earth, basically two kinds of law. Roman civil law and maritime admiralty. Roman civil law comes from the word civil or civili in Latin, meaning the people of the Illies. The people of the Illies are the people of God, civili. And the civil law is referred to as the law of the land. But there is a higher law that governs the whole earth. That's the ones I think the reptilians are into. There's a higher law that operates on the earth, and it has nothing to do with the civil law of any country. The civil laws are different in every country. You can do things in Africa you can't do in Spain. You can do things here in America you can't do in France, because the people's law, the law of the land, is different according to the culture. But when you talk about the maritime admiralty law, what you're talking about is the law of water, the law of banks. Banking law is called maritime admiralty. And consequently, this is why, incidentally, the Statue of Liberty could not be put on land in this country. It had to be put in a port. It had to be put in water. Why? Because it's not the statue of freedom, it's a statue of liberty. Liberty is what a sailor gets when you pull into port. Because the admiral gives the captain on the board the ship ownership of your body. You ask permission to leave. And if he lets you, which he's most likely not going to, but if he allows you to leave, you have liberty. You don't have freedom. And as long as you call yourself a United States citizen, you are an employee of a foreign corporation incorporated under international law, under maritime law, and consequently you are a franchisee of a foreign corporation. They own you. Now let me show you how they own you. When a ship pulls into port, say from Japan, and brings in, say, $800 million worth of Toyotas or televisions, the first thing the captain has to do is has to give to the port authorities something called a certificate of manifest. He has to give them a certificate showing how much each car costs, whether it has 4 doors or 2, or if it's got air conditioning or not. Every car has to have its certificate of manifest, showing exactly what are you bringing into this country, how much is it going to cost our banks, how much are we going to have to pay Japan for this. And so it's business that comes in on water. It's maritime admiralty, banking law. And so therefore, each item has to have a certificate of manifest. And the ship, when it pulls into port, parks at the dock. And wherever it parks is called the berthing of a ship. The ship sits in its berth. Now, when you were born, your mother, her water broke. And when your mother's water broke, you came out, and therefore you are a maritime admiralty product. Under international law, you are a product. Under international maritime banking law, you are a product. Because you came out of your mother's water. And therefore you have to have a birth certificate. And the birth certificate has to be signed by the doc. Okay? And consequently, if you go to Sears and you buy something that's too large to take home, they'll bring it to you. And so they will tell you what time they're going to deliver the product. That's why your mother was in a delivery room. She was delivering a product under international law. Now, when you get the birth certificate, that is a certificate, a maritime admiralty certificate that shows you are a human resource. And the corporation called United States went to your mother and asked her, would you donate this body to us as a collateral for a loan? Because each birth certificate is worth, when it first started in 1933, I am told it was like $630,000 per birth certificate on the international exchange. And your birth certificate today is on the stock market. And look on the back of your Social Security card and you'll see numbers in red. Anytime you see red numbers, they represent your blood. You turn it on the other side, you'll see it in blue. Blue is maritime admiralty, the navy blue. And so consequently, you are a product that was bought. And on the birth certificate, down on the bottom right, where your mother signed, it doesn't say mother or parent. It says informant. Because your mother was informing on you under maritime law. She was telling the corporation, I got a new chump here for you to own. And I don't know if you know this or not, so here's his paperwork. And it was sent to Washington, D.C. They took that birth certificate. And what happened, let me go back and explain that when in 1860s, when this privately owned company was incorporated called United States, like any other corporation that grows too fast, it started getting out of bounds. It started becoming very successful, and they wanted to move out overseas. I'm being very simplistic with this. There's a lot more to it, but I'm giving you the basics. Tomorrow is when the master will explain it to you in details. I'm just giving you the basic idea right now. But when the corporation called United States was founded back in the 1860s, it wanted to move overseas at the first of the turn of the century, in the 19th century, the 20th century. And so it started moving into Europe as a hostile takeover. They called it World War I. World War I was one large corporation called United States trying to take over other major corporations in the world, like Germany, France, etc. Each one of these countries are a corporation. So consequently, the United States was able to be successful in the corporate takeover of what the outcome of the World War I. But in the process, they lost so much money. The corporation spent so much money arming and making tanks and bullets and tanks to kill people that they won the hostile takeover of a foreign corporation, but now they're broke. Consequently, they are really in serious trouble now because they don't have money to feed the people at home in the corporation, and now they've taken on new corporations in Europe to be responsible for. So the United States corporation was in very big trouble, went to Europe and asked the international bankers if they could borrow money. And the international bankers said quite simply, no, you're bankrupt. So what have you got as collateral for a loan? And they came up with the idea that your birth certificate would be worth something like $630,000, because the banker said, how much can an individual in your country working for your corporation make from the day he's born to the day he dies on an average? And it came out to about $630,000. So consequently, the bankers made a deal with the corporation called United States to credit the United States corporation account in Europe with $630,000 per birth certificate. And this is why today this United States corporation doesn't care about how many people come into this country illegally or unlawfully. They don't care about that. They open up the borders and let them pour in. Why? Because every single person coming across that border is at least $1 million now in our bank account. And so that's why we want something called, we don't want undocumented workers. We don't care about people who are illegal coming in the country. We don't want undocumented, because with the documents you can cash that in. You take the and get that money from the international banks. So consequently, the United States corporation owns you. And therefore, when you go into a court, and why do we even go to a court? You go into a court because you play basketball and tennis on a court. Why? Because the whole idea in a court is put the ball back in the other guy's court, right? I mean, the lawyer throws it over to him, and he throws it back to him, and the judge is sitting there as a referee. He doesn't care who wins. He's going to get paid, so he doesn't care. So the whole idea in a court is a game. And consequently, any time, well, there are 2 points you need to know about this. The judge is sitting there as a referee, and it's a game. And any time in this country, 2 points very important. Don't ever forget this. All law in this country, federal, state, county, city, any and all laws in this country do not apply to a man or woman, natural-born man or natural-born woman. All law applies only to corporations. All law applies to corporations only. I don't care what it is, parking tickets, speeding tickets, anything. It only applies to corporations. But however, you have been made a corporation when you were born. You were part of a corporation. So therefore, this is why all laws, or any time you get a bill from Sears and Roebuck, from your oil company, from a lawsuit, from a judgment in court, I don't care what the bill is, whatever the legal and lawful paperwork that comes to you from anywhere will always have your name in all capital letters. It's always in all capital letters. Your driver's license, your insurance card, your speeding ticket, whatever it is, it will always have your name in all capital letters. Why? Because under international maritime law, all capital letters means you are dead. That's why when you drive by a graveyard, you will see on tombstones the name of the people who are there their names are in all capital letters. Why? Because that's the law. If you're dead, your name must appear in all capital letters. This is why when you walk into a courtroom, you do not have standing. Only the attorney or the judge and the attorneys have standing. You do not have lawful standing. Meaning, if you drive by a cemetery, how many people get up out of the tombs and stand and talk to you? Nobody. Why? They don't have standing in law. They don't have a leg to stand on. Okay? And neither do you. Because when you walk into a courtroom, your name on the lawsuit or on the subpoena or whatever it is, or on the Sears and Roebuck bill or anything else, your name is in all capital letters. It means you're a dead man. When you walk into this court, your ass is mine. You understand? You are a dead man. We bought you when you were born. And that's why judges wear black robes, black ceremonial robes. That's why Catholic priests wear black ceremonial robes. That's why the rabbis wear black ceremonial robes. That's why when you graduate from high school and university, you wear black ceremonial robe. You know what black robes mean? You know where that comes from? It comes from the god of an ancient god in the old ancient Sumerian Babylonian system, the planet Saturn. Saturn was referred to as the god of the ring. And his priests were the priests of the black robe. This is why judges wear black robes. Catholic priests wear black robes. Darth Vader wears black robes. Vampires wear black robes. All the blood-sucking murderers wear black robes. No, this is a black sweater. I had someone ask me that too before, why do you wear black? Because I am the incarnation of the devil. Okay? Consequently, let's get back to serious. The ceremonial black robes represent a god, the planet Saturn, one of the oldest gods in the Hebrew system. Incidentally, let me backtrack a little bit on religion. The two most eclectic religions on the face of the earth. Eclectic means conglomeration of stuff. The two most eclectic religions on the face of the earth. Number one, Judaism. Two, Christianity. Judaism and Christianity are not what they say they are. And you better do your homework. Judaism is the most confounded, eclectic hodgepodge of stuff you're ever going to come across. All you got to do is sit for 40 years in a theological seminary and study Judaism and Christianity, and if you're intellectually honest and are not afraid to speak out in public, you're going to know that Judaism and Christianity is the biggest bunch of hogwash the world has ever known. Period. My mother had an uncle when I was growing up. My mother had an uncle who worked in the Vatican Secretary of State's office. I'm Italian. And my mother had an uncle who worked in the Vatican Secretary of State's office. My mother also had two federal judges as uncles as I was growing up living in my hometown. And so I know the Catholic Church. I know the Jesuits. I understand the Mafia. I understand La Cosa Nostra. I mean, when I saw Godfather, I felt at home. This is the way I vision life. So I know what I'm talking about. I have spent 42 years reading and studying and researching theology. That's my subject. Government is not my subject. Tomorrow I will bring the man who is the expert on this stuff, and he will really dazzle you with some things that you are not going to believe. But theology and religion is my subject. And I will tell you that I have heard many times people say, well, that there's this bad Jewish religion and there's, of course, the good Jewish religion. I say, after 40 years of this subject and looking at this is the most eclectic, misunderstood, most outrageous collection of stuff I have ever seen in my life. Judaism and Christianity are filled with astrotheology, penis worship, all the sex worship, every kind of filthy, degenerate silliness the world has ever known. And this is today the basis for our legal and judicial system in America. The law of Moses. There was no Moses. I've talked to rabbis 35 years ago. Rabbis, major rabbis. This particular one was the president of the American Rabbinical Association 35 years ago. And I said to him, he lives in Newton, Massachusetts, and I said, Rabbi, tell me, was there an Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, a King David, King Solomon? Were these people real? And he says, come on, everybody's got a religion. I mean, the priests tell the Catholics they're going to heaven. You know, the Hindus tell their people something. The Jews got to have their religion. It's just a religion. It's a story. This is why the Bible's called the greatest story ever told. It's a story. It's nothing true. It's a story. And consequently, you're missing the whole point of the Bible if you don't understand who wrote it and what the encrypted story is. There's a spiritual message here, but if you're just reading the top lines, you're not getting it. People running around downstairs talking about the Antichrist. And have no idea in the world what the word Christ means. How in the world are you going to be afraid of an Antichrist and you don't even understand what the word Christ means? Ask any Christian, what does the word Christ mean? I'm very serious about this. Look it up in a dictionary, and as a matter of fact, look it up in about 30 or 40 of them. And study it for about 2 weeks, the word Christ. The word Christ comes from a Greek word Christo, which gives us Crisco cooking oil. Yeah, Pillsbury has a Crisco, which is Christo, which goes back to the word Christ. And Christ means oil. Okay? So when you say Jesus Christ, what you're saying is Jesus the Christos, or Jesus Christos, or Jesus the Christos, or Jesus the Crisco. And when oil congeals, it becomes Lord. Look up the word Lord, L-O-R-D, and the Oxford Dictionary of the English Language, and it will tell you L-O-R-D is correctly spelled L-A-R-D, Lord, Congeal Christos. Who the hell reads anymore? I mean, I spent... Now, when you look up the word Christos, it's oil. Then go to Bible reference work. Line them all up. There's about 60 of them out there. Line them all up and look up the word Christ. And they will all tell you it's a word Christos in Greek, which means anointed. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anointed. That's what you think it means. Christo is oil. And in the Hebrew, look up in the Hebrew dictionary, look up the word oil. It's called shemen or semen. Okay? This is why if you're going to be a priest, you got to go to a seminary with altar boys. You don't have any idea in the world what was going on in the Roman Empire. You quite seriously do not know what was going on in the Roman Empire. Without a doubt, the dirtiest, the filthiest, the most obscene thing on the face of the earth is Western religion. Been the background and the mainstream for all wars in the Western world. I, for one, am tired of judges, and I do not intend to crawl on my knees. I prefer dying on my feet in preference to crawling on my knees to some judge. As far as I'm concerned, they're all traitors to this country. attorneys. The word comes from a French word, attorne. An attorne in France was in the court of the king in France. The guy who, when the king said, I want that guy's property, I want that guy's wife, I want that guy's children, and I want his horses. And so the man who was in charge of turning over everything to the king was referred to in the French as the attorne. He turned things over. He took from you and turned it over to the king. So he was referred to as attorne. And today we have attorneys. That's where the word comes from. They take from the poor and give it to the rich. As far as I'm concerned, you need to understand that the entire superstructure of law in this country is based on maritime admiralty, and the maritime admiralty is saying that you are a product. They bought you when you were born. Now what you need to do is understand that there's a whole revolutionary, radical, new understanding of how this country was founded. And if you don't understand the way this country was founded, you're never going to suspect how you got into this mess. You know, when a cop pulls you over and stops you, and he gives you a ticket, and he takes your license, and he will say, is this you? Well, it's got my picture on it, airhead. Can't you tell if it's me, right? And he says, is this you? Why? Because he needs for you to say that this is you. You are verbally agreeing that on your license is an all capital letters name. On the Maritime Admiralty, a corporate fiction. And they must have you say that this you are agreeing to be a corporate fiction under maritime law. Consequently, the entire system of government and laws is being ruled by England. Do you know why you have to have a marriage license? Why does anybody have to have a license for anything? You got to have a marriage license because sex is commerce. That's why you're doing commerce. Look it up. Look it up in an encyclopedia. Look up the word commerce. It'll tell you sexual relations is commerce. Don't think so? Wait till you go to court. Yeah, wait till the marriage doesn't work out, and when you go in, see, you're not going to go to the Lord. You're going to a judge. Why? Because it's basically commerce. It's two people providing a service. The man provides for the woman provides for the man. It's a business. And if you don't think so, if it don't work out, as I said, you're not going to God, you're going to court. And it's going to cost you some money. Incidentally, the judge rules from a bench. Judge rules from the bench. The word bench in Latin is a bank. So therefore the judge is ruling for the bank. I talked about the ancient God, and God knows I would love to talk about this for an hour. Just the ancient gods of the Phoenician Canaanites and how they were picked up by the Hebrews and brought into the Roman system, and from Rome into Europe, and from Europe into America, and today we call it Judaism and Christianity, when it is in point of fact nothing more than the old Phoenician Canaanite religion worshiping the planet Saturn. This is why Jews still go to temple on Saturn's day. And Christians go to, because they're worshipers of the sun, they go to the church on Sunday. Do you know what the word church means? Most people go to church and don't even know what the word church means. Church is an English word coming from a Scottish word, kirk. Like Captain Kirk of the good ship Enterprise. Kirk in Scottish is church in English. And this is, Kirk goes back to a Roman goddess named Mother Circe. And Mother Circe can be traced back to a Greek goddess, Mother Circe. Mother Circe is Mother Kirk or Mother Church. Go into your mythology library and get some books on mythology and look up Circe. And it says Mother Circe in the ancient Roman and Greek system, especially the Greek, that Mother Circe was able to hypnotize people, bring them into her home, and turn them into animals and feed off of them. And consequently, Mother Church is able to hypnotize people. Bring them in and bring your checkbook with you. And come in, and then they feed off of you. The church, the government, banking, insurance, the same people who gave you your international banking, the Knights Templars of the 10th, 11th, and 12th century who gave you international banking, also gave you international religion. The Pope's headdress is a fish headdress. If I had brought all my slides, I could stay here all night showing you this stuff. I think perhaps the most corrupt system on the face of the earth, and it is without a doubt the enemy of every man and woman who loves freedom and honesty, is the Catholic Church, British royalty, and this mafiosi criminal syndicate we call the United States government. All three. And back in the Middle Ages, the Pope of Rome, that bastion of all goodness, the Pope of Rome, incidentally, I got lots of stuff when I get on the Pope. I'm Catholic. I know all about the Pope. The Pope of Rome made a proclamation in the late Middle Ages that he said that the Pope is the vicar of Christ. You may have heard that term, vicar of Christ. The word vicar in Latin simply means one who stands in for. So if you send somebody to do something for you who's the vicar, he stands in for you. So the Pope said he was the vicar of Christ, which means he's standing in for Jesus. Consequently, the idea is that God created the whole heavens and the whole earth, and he owns everything on it. And so therefore he turned it over to his son, Jesus, his son. But since Jesus isn't here, somebody's got to run this place. So since Jesus isn't here, the Pope said, I will be the vicar of Christ. I'll stand in for him till he gets back. Now when he gets back, I'll turn over the whole world to Christ. But until he gets here, I'm in charge, okay? As long as you understand that, we're going to do just fine. Now the first thing the Pope did after declaring himself the vicar of Christ, made himself the owner of all life on the earth for Jesus. Jesus owns the whole earth, but he ain't here, so I do. Now, second, he made a contract with the King of England. It was a treaty of sorts, a commercial treaty of sorts with the King of England, in which he gave the possessions of Jesus, which he held as the vicar of Christ, to the King of England as a holding company, a corporate holding company, so that the whole world would be under the King of England for the Pope. So the Pope owns it, but the president of the corporation is the King of England, and that whole corporation menagerie is called the Crown. And so when you hear about the British Crown, you need to understand there's a world of difference between being English and British. British comes from a Hebrew word, berith. A berith is a contract. In the old Hebrew language, berith is a contract, and ish is a man or men. Therefore, berith-ish becomes British, man of the contract. That's why anytime you do anything of any importance in this country or in the Western world, you got to sign a contract. When you get married, you've got to have a marriage license. The same reason why attorneys have to have a license. Why does an attorney have to have a license? It's because an attorney makes a lot of money by using law books. You walk into any attorney's office, he's got all the law books. Law books, like any other book, are written by someone. Somebody wrote the books. Consequently, you cannot use somebody else's property, their written or intellectual property, to make money unless you get a signed release to allow you to use their material, their song, their music, their pictures or something. You've got to get a signed release, and they give you the license to use their music in your movie. The same is true with an attorney. He must have a license to practice law, because all law in America, in the law books, is copyrighted out of Canada, Montreal. There are 5 companies in Canada that copyright all American law. And they represent the British Bar Association, which is the British Accreditation Registry, BAR. And so consequently, your attorneys will tell you, I passed the bar. Don't believe it. I've seen them in bars all the time. They don't pass them. They go in. And when you understand how the courts work, when you say you're an American citizen, a U.S. citizen, you're not an American. You're a United States citizen. There's a world of difference. Now, the United States federal government, I don't know if you know this or not, is a corporation, as I said, and there are many documents I have to prove that. And as I said, I'll make those available to you, but you'll have to mail my office and I'll send you the whole stack of them. The United States, it says in the law book, is located in the District of Columbia. So consequently, what we call the United States is a privately owned company sitting in a particular area called the District of Columbia. And therefore, if you are an employee of that corporation, then you have to pay taxes to that corporation. When you pay taxes in this country, the federal taxes, that does not go to the American government. The American government does not see one nickel. America makes its money the way all countries have always made their money, not off of taxing the people. They make their money by business. When ships pull in from all over the world, they have to pay duties. People have to send, import, export companies. America, the country, makes a lot of money, but the United States corporation makes a lot more. Here it is again from a law book. It says, it is clear the United States is a sovereign entity, is a corporation. It's a privately owned company. Here's another one from on the corporations in law books. The United States government is a foreign corporation with respects to the states. Citizens of the United States do not enjoy citizenship rights. They are United States citizens, not American citizens. Now, there is a world of difference between being a United States citizen or an American citizen. Because before 1868, there was no such a thing as a United States citizen. There was a United States with the U and the S, small letters, and then America was capital letter. First letter was capital. United States of America. America's the country. So what I want you to understand is that there is a very simple way to
that you wouldn't have even bothered to raise 10 years ago. 10 years, it's a fairly long time. No, it isn't. 10 years is nothing. Nothing. There are people who now adopt positions on subjects that 10 years ago, if you'd asked them about them, would have gone, I don't know, it's nothing to do with me and I don't care. Now we're wringing our hands over it. Everybody's confused. Everybody's agitated. And there is an actual technique called the Alice in Wonderland technique. So if you had somebody who you were interrogating and you wanted information out of them, you'd use this technique. If you had a whole nation of people or nations of people more plugged in than ever before in terms of exchanging information quickly, the internet, particularly the YouTube. I've been thinking about YouTube a lot today and just how beneficial it is out of all the things for a lot of reasons. I'll cover that on a different video, and this is because I didn't want to pay my YouTube Prime. They're trying to charge me YouTube Prime, and I'm like, if anything to get rid of these effing Grammarly adverts. And then I was like, well, how much is this? It's $9.99. I'm like, why am I not paying that? I use YouTube every day. I use it more than any podcasting service. I use YouTube. I use it professionally. Here I am using it because it's part of what I do, but I personally would use it pretty much every day to learn. It's a great learning tool. Paranoid conspiracy theorist time. People are becoming more and more informed. They can share information at the speed of electricity and the speed of a satellite signal. It's harder and harder to get away with stuff now. Everybody carries a video recorder in their pocket and they can release that to the public so that it's out in the public eye with no delay, or a 3 or 4 second delay, a satellite signal delay. If you were in charge and I was in charge, I don't know, maybe we would get a little bit nervous about that. Maybe we start to be saying, maybe We should do something about this. Maybe it's time to scramble the population up a little bit, because if you think about a government's relationship with its people, it's very, very precarious. We all have our ideas. Government's there to protect people. Government is there to serve people. Okay, yeah, cool. It's fine when you're talking about nations of 500,000 people, 1 million people, maybe even 2 or 3 million people. But you start racking the numbers up, and you must at some point sit there and go, I'm supposed to manage 60 million people, the UK, where in America is topping out, I think, 329 million people. 329 million people. If they all say no at the same time, and you're in charge, you are royally fucked. So you've got to confuse them. You've got to keep them confused. You've got to give them that, that little dance, that little switcheroo game. Don't look at the hand, don't look at my hand over here that's doing the magic trick. Look at this hand over here that's doing this. You've got to keep people confused. And the net result of this seems to be this spike in mental illness. And I'm like, wow, we're losing community, we're too much in technology, so on and so forth. I never considered really, really seriously that there could just be a straight up agenda to keep people confused. How? Just destroy all the coordinates. Now, what are all the political people saying at the moment? Whatever side of the spectrum they're on. We used to meet in the middle. We used to meet on certain subjects. We used to meet and at least agree on the big things. I can't even agree on the big things. On the deepest things. There's no common territory left. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, Huge populations that are expanding rapidly. Rapid population growth, frightening population growth. Super informed rapidly. It's very, very hard for me to do the stuff I used to do and get away with it. I mean, what do you think? I don't want to upset anybody, but what do you think now would happen with 9/11? The people who had videos there on the day were video editors, mainly. They were filmmakers. In that time, 2001, 2000, we weren't, people didn't carry, I mean, I did sometimes because that was part of my job back then, but everybody has a camera now. If you were going to do something naughty, I don't think you'd get away with it in the same way anymore. So, what do? You level up. You go meta. Instead of trying to deceive people and work behind their backs as to what it is you're really doing, it's way more efficient to just confuse them about what's right and what's wrong. Right? That's way more efficient. Imagine you and me are in charge and we're not very nice people. We want to keep control, we want to stay in charge. It's easier to confuse the target, the person's being interrogated, the person we're targeting for a gaslighting campaign or a smear campaign, the group of people that we're targeting, or even the nation that we're targeting. Keep them confused, keep them arguing amongst themselves, keep them stressed, keep them on pills, all the pills, keep them drinking, keep them on fast food, keep them dumbed down. It's the Alice in Wonderland technique. And all of this came from me just reflecting on me going, yeah, it seems to be useful to keep people confused. If you're evil and you're of bad intent, keep them confused. Confusion, as an animal, the animal that you are and the animal that I am, I got time to think about this. I'm living out in the countryside. It's quiet out here. It's good because it's simple and there's very little stimulation. There's just trees and birds, some spiders, some snakes, and the hills. There's nothing out here, man. I can deal with this. It's a very low stimulus environment. I can deal with this. I can cope with this. But if I think that you're getting a sense of me doing something I shouldn't be doing, maybe that would be a good time to just fire off some fireworks. Give you a few taps around the head, spin you around a few times, send you over there and say, go and get me that thing right now. It's extremely important that you go and get that thing, and you come back and go, I got the thing, and you go, what are you talking about? What? I never told you to get the thing. You just said, get, no, I didn't. I'm sure it's me. It might have been him. Who? Who what? Where, when? This is it. It's confusion, cognitive dissonance. Nobody knows right from wrong. The really clever thing that they've done, the evil thing that they've done, is the slow encroachment of the boundaries. So that, you know, if you imagine a person is like a house and it has like a little pathway outside with a gate, and then there's the road and the public walks there, and then they come through the gate, and then they walk up the pathway to the house, and they knock on the front door. You open the front door and you have like a little atrium area, caecilius in atrium est, and then you go in and you go in the living room. And if you get really, really lucky, you might get through to the kitchen. If you get even luckier still, you might get up to the bedroom. But it's graded. Nothing's graded now. Nothing's graded. You'd be like, okay, here are my political views, but my sexual policies are mine. Nope. No, they're not. Everything is under attack. Everything is under erosion. Everything is like, break the boundaries, break them down, make them feel like they're not allowed to assert what they believe to be right or wrong. That's becoming a thought crime. I think this is right. I think this is wrong. Can't say that. Why not? Cultural relativism, moral relativism. What's right in your culture, what's wrong in your culture might be right in another one. To which I say, fucking bollocks. That's bullshit. That's total, unmitigated gibberish, and it's evil to repeat that kind of gibberish. Pure evil to repeat that kind of chaos-inducing, boundary-eroding. It's just rot. It's just pure corruption. I'm not like a religious person, but like, damn, you shouldn't tell people that. You don't know what you know what right and wrong is. Well, in my culture, we kill people. What are you, a racist? Ooh, you don't want to be a racist, do you? But where I'm from, yeah, we kill people. Not all the time, just once a year. It has a special word, foreign, you wouldn't understand. Kill them in a weird way. It's a ritual. What are you telling me? I don't have a right to my face? Is that what you're saying to me right now? You racist? Say, no, you can't do that. You can't kill people. And you'll say, well, that's an extreme example. We don't have any examples of people who kill each other on the basis of ethnicity. Don't we? Don't we? We're not living with that every day. Eat your cereal, watch the news, pick up the paper. Oh, that group of people, they did some killing today. Well, you know, don't say anything about that. I don't want to be called racist, but that's what they believe is right, so that's what they're doing. Okay, yeah, no. You just keep eating your cereal. It's crazy, and it's crazy making. But maybe that's the point. Maybe we didn't just end up here. Maybe there is a level of intentionality to the place where we find ourselves. Maybe if we are here, the reason why we are here is because actually people have pushed us in this direction. Maybe if we feel the way that we feel, because I would always suggest this on an individual basis to people in a narcissistic relationship, an abusive relationship, how do you feel? Okay, well, why don't we as a thought experiment philosophically toy with the idea that the person you're with wants you to feel that way? They want you to feel confused, they want you to feel ashamed, they want you to feel guilty, they want you to feel depressed, they want you to feel exasperated, they want you to feel powerless, right? If I said that if you were listening in on a narcissistic abuse coaching call, you'd be like, yeah, I know all this. What about a potentially narcissistic and abusive relationship between a state and its people, between a government and its people? Where the government is like, yeah, we gave up on serving you like a couple of hundred years ago. That's a cute and quaint idea. We were still wearing like trousers that only came to our knees with long silk socks and like big buckled shoes. And when we had guns, there were these big things that you pulled the hammer back and you fired and you had a 1 in 10 chance of it exploding in your face. Like, that's another world, homie. We don't look after you. You're our slaves. You're our slaves. What does the context tell us? What does the context of what we actually see tell us? We're slaves. We're slaves. You have no choice. You don't choose. You know, we live this bullshit fantasy, like you choose where you live, and then you get to choose a job. Yes, you do. And then you get to choose what car you drive or the color it is. Sure you do. Like, what? No, I don't. I wake up in this world, I'm given a serial number. Every country in the world has a serial number for their people. Every country. You can call it a national insurance number, you can call it your citizen ID number. You get a serial number and you're owned by the state. And then they want something from you. People would be like, this is ridiculous conspiracy theory. Okay, just stop. Let me know how it goes. Just stop. Don't perform. See, I'm always here going, don't be codependent, maintain your sovereignty. And I'm like, that would be a really sick thing to say to people who are completely enslaved. Like, hey guys! Everybody looks up from their back-breaking work in the field. Yes, you should embrace your freedom and your sovereignty. Like, who the fuck is this guy? You should tell him to go away. That would be sick. But maybe, maybe this is what it is. And you're expected to do what you're supposed to do, and if you try and stop, bad things will happen to you. Maybe if you try and stop, eventually a group of men with guns will come to your house, they will restrain you and put you in a box with a bunch of other adult strangers that you don't know and keep you there for several years. And you're like, can I go outside now? No, you stay in this box. Okay, what was my crime? You stopped. You just stopped. You stopped. You put down your tools and you stopped. When we told you to keep going, well, I was tired. You don't give a fuck that you're tired. Everybody's tired. Keep going. Well, I don't want to. Well, go in the box then. And if you resist, those gentlemen with guns, they'll shoot you to death. They'll fill your body with bullets until you're dead. Because your government loves you. This is a cheerful one. Listen, it's something to think about on the individual level in terms of narcissistic abuse, and it's something to think about on your day-to-day. Is there a program to confuse people? It looks like it to me. How do we actually live? Jordan Peterson makes a very good point that I'm fond of regularly. You say you believe this, but let's look at what you do. And that's something that he's taken from Jung, who ultimately took it from Freud. It's a psychoanalytic perspective. It's more of a Jung thing than a Freud thing, but Jung got it from Freud. This is what you say you believe, but this is what you do. Do you see this gap? Which is the thing you really believe? The thing you do. Zizek tells the story of a guy, a physicist. Those of you who are Zizek fans will be bored of this one, so I'm sorry. And goes to his house, and there's a horseshoe over the door. And he says, horseshoe, you believe in this superstitious nonsense? And the physicist says, no, I'm a scientist. Of course I don't believe in the horseshoe over the door. So, well, why'd you put it there then? I heard that it works, whether you believe it or not. This is what you say you believe, this is what you do. We're all kind of hedging our bets a little bit here, I think. I think that's what's happening, and maybe we have no choice. But to me, it would be healthier to say, hey, I have no choice. I can't just do that. I can't just stop. I'm in a position where I have no choice because there's a protocol here, and it was started way before I was born. My parents were slaves, their parents were slaves. There was no choice. There was no would you like to be a part of the system? Or would you like to go to jail? Or would you like to live in a slum? These are your choices. What do I do to be part of the system? You do what we tell you to do. To the letter. To the letter. And all we ask is all of your time, all of your attention, because it's all now. They want everything. They want everything. Not just your time, not just your sweat, not just your labor, not just your blood. They want all of your conscious awareness. From the moment you go asleep to the moment you wake up, they want to be monitoring you, checking you, selling to you, influencing your political decisions. They want it all. And when they figure out a way to monitor you in your sleep as you sleep and dream, they'll be there, and you'll stick the little thing behind your ear. It'll be like a scene out of Black Mirror. Oh, well, if I let them watch me in my dreams, they give me really good life coaching advice and tell me what products would be best for me to buy and what mortgage scheme would suit my personality type the best. You should try it, mate. It's really, really useful. That'll be next. That'll be next. I mean, they're already monitoring what we say. How many of you have had the experience of saying something ludicrous, something totally out of, and it pops up as an advert within 12 hours? My best one so far was I ended up in a conversation about the oil reserves of Uzbekistan in the pub with my cousin. And we said Uzbekistan over and over again because we'd had a drink. We were like, where is it? Where's that country? Is it there? No, it's a stan. It's one of the stan. Uzbekistan. I'm getting like, do you want a degree in oil refinery? Would you like to take a holiday to Uzbekistan? No and no. Have you, like, if you've had those experiences, please pop a note down in the comments. Anyway, that's the Alice in Wonderland technique, and I just wanted to share it with you before I go to bed. If anybody has any questions about anything I just covered, feel free to ask it now, or forever hold your peace. UG Rose says, I talked about AI and I saw wild stuff in my feed. The dream thing, I dreamt that I had a girlfriend and she cheated on me with AI, and then I was getting stuff to do with artificial intelligence, it seemed to me, for the next 3 days. But artificial intelligence is there in a lot of news articles and it's kind of out there, so I was like, oh, I don't know how paranoid am I prepared to get? They already started. Like, wouldn't it be funny if we didn't even know, but they'd already passed that boundary and they're like, yeah, no, we're totally psychic. These phones you look into, they actually can. I don't believe that. I presume at some level of technological advancement in every civilized intelligent species of creature, maybe you always hit that point. Maybe that's quite early on. Maybe that's like discovering the coal fire engine or something. But you can't read minds yet. You bunch of hicks. Get it sorted out. That'll be like a Rick and Morty episode. What do you do when you're subjected to the technique? I would imagine, in all honesty, like if you're subjected to the technique and you're not ready for it, and you're not trained for it, you would hit, like I mentioned in the Get Shit Done video, you'd hit overwhelm. And then you are going to go into one of your primal responses. You only have 4, because when we get primal, when the animal comes out, it's kind of a dummy, and it's either going to freeze, or it's going to fawn, or it's going to try and run away, or it's going to try and kill the enemy. And I would imagine in this CIA technique, I bet you they get very few people who would be violent, because you will assume, like, you're not going to, if some guy or girl is next to you going, what's your favorite flavor ice cream? Why wouldn't you tell me what your favorite flavor ice cream is? Say the ice cream flavor that you love, the favorite ice cream. And then another 2 people are asking you 2 other questions at the same time. So what it says in the reports is initially people laugh, then they protest, then they do get angry, but it's not, I don't think you would, I think you'd blame yourself. I think you'd start to internalize it and go, okay, they're adults, I'm here in this room, must be me. Like, I think you would actually start to question your own thinking first. If the technique is being used on you and it's only 1-to-1 and you're not in a CIA black spot, which I hope you're not. I hope none of you are ever need to be in that position. But it's just somebody just trying to confuse you, then one thing you can do is go, this person is just babbling at me to try and confuse me. That's like the word salad technique, or things where people just use random provocation to try and create exasperation, so you become overwhelmed, so that you break that boundary, so that you'll fight, swear at them, call them a word, freeze, you just sit there and go, I don't know what to do. You just leave, you're like, right, fine, I'm leaving, or you start fawning and trying to please them. That would be the idea. So if you can say, okay, this technique is being used on me right now, but I don't want to succumb to this. I don't want to succumb to this. You can start to take your toys back home. This is an image that's been coming up for me in this year, 2019. I'm trying to deal with my own codependency, so that I can sort of say, okay, this is what worked, this is what didn't work, this is the way you need to go. And frequently I come to this point where the amusing image of a kid just taking their toys and going, no, you can't play, that's not yours, that's mine, no, you can't play with, no, that's mine, give it back, thank you. Right, you want to know where I'm going? You see all these resources I have? It's metaphorical, that's my time, my attention, money, it could even whatever, love, depending on the context. See all this? This is mine. I got this from watching my nephew, my 2-year-old nephew, and I'm like, wow, he's real healthy. You say to him, do you want to do this? Like, do you want me to help you remove the lip? No. And he's not like, no, it's cool, but thanks for offering. He just goes, no. And you go, give it here, mine. And you go, okay, this is good. Ego formation. He knows to say no, and he knows that that's mine. So don't stand there and say no, like Ron Burgundy in Anchorman. You want to internally go, I'm going to take my toys and I'm going home. I'm going to take my toys and I'm going home. I wonder if on an unconscious level, me coming here and moving to where I moved to and deliberately isolating myself, I wasn't consciously taking all my toys and going home, but I feel like I've done 3 years worth of growth inside of 4 months just by not having other people play with my toys. I'm not having my attention dragged left, right, and center. I'm not like, there's no manipulation, there's nothing. The cat is manipulative when he's hungry. Mao, Mao, Mao. Chairman Mao, I call him. Bloody dictator. He doesn't take no. So I'll be like, no, and he'll go, forget about no, because now is time for Mao, Mao, Mao. So yeah, I would take your toys, go home. Do you question your own state, paranoia at your door? Yes, of course. I check to see when I'm becoming paranoid. And as I said earlier, to reiterate my point, take a good, long, hard, objective view at how we live. Like, try and, if you're in it, you won't see it. But if you zoom out philosophically and you pull out and you go, okay, why do I do what I do? You go, well, I chose to study psychology. No, I fucking didn't. That's nonsense. What a hugely non-humble, non-self-aware, egotistical lie that is. A series of events in my life led me to the conclusion that the best thing I could do based on the information I had was go and study psychology. And by the way, I was wrong. So just look, just be objective, just be philosophical. Go, look, this is how I'm going to look at this situation. And what I would say is, how could anybody deny that there's a protocol of confusion going on right now? There clearly is. We're living Alice in Wonderland. We're living the Alice in Wonderland technique. I think they've started to panic, and they've just released it into the water. Just confuse everyone. You can't, because you get reactions, but nobody can think clearly enough to know what to do. There's people who are young and hopeful and idealistic enough to do something, but then when they do stuff, it's so confused because they're like, I'm angry. With who? I don't know. It's just a mess. It's a horrible, horrible mess. So it's effective, it works. So it's paranoia if it's a delusion that's not based on any external feedback from the environment. Are you suggesting there's no external feedback from the environment? Because I got some bad news for you, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and your attention. It is precious. Think very carefully before you let people take it from you under any circumstances. First of all, they should be asking. Thank you for your time and for your attention, and I look forward to speaking to you again soon. Cheers.
You can stay in your delusion. You can stay in your crib. You can stay in your feedback. You can stay beyond your welcome. find the alligator. Go out front with the machine gun. Tell everyone how nice they are. I don't know you, not anymore. I don't know you, not anymore. 'Cause when I asked you, everything was fine. When I asked you, all was divine.
Irrational, repetitious.
You were deluded, deluded. You were deluded. You were deluded. I would like to know what went wrong back then. Why do they all stare? You made me into a pariah because I wouldn't lie. You made me an outcast because I wouldn't be your little bitch. Your little bitch. You made me a liar because you all lie.
Shotguns are out.
And now I'm not going to listen. Not anymore. I made you into a scarecrow. You tame the alligator with your machine gun. All the lilies of the field were dead 'cause of you. Lie, lie.
All right. Greetings in the name of the Most High. Evil will slay the wicked, and the haters of the righteous will be condemned. Righteous meaning, children of the Most High God. Doesn't necessarily mean sinless, since flesh is not sinless. Evil shall slay the wicked, and those who hate the righteous shall be condemned. And more to the point, that's the old King Jim. Evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous, just put it this way, they that hate the children of the Almighty. Huh? You see, now it becomes a lot less, some bait that they can jump on and chew up and poison themselves. Welcome, and if you're a new listener, my goodness, where have you been? It's been going on. This train's been rolling a long time. We're almost up at 20 years. 20 years of calling of the Lord, and Lord takes us various directions. But one thing I do know, having been up against what we might call the wicked, or you could also say the ignorant. Or you could say, even better, the worlder. The worlder. What's that? The worlder. The worlders. Those who still run around in the world, they think there's something there for them. Tick tock, tick tock. Oh, well, I forgot to. We hide the clocks around here. You're not supposed to look at that. You got very, very busy running around in circles. Very, very busy with all your gigs. Very, very busy. And all of it, all the noise amounts to nothing. And that's something we do. We tend to get distracted. And we tend to think that, getting involved and getting absorbed in something, getting hired onto something, getting some sort of, I don't know, I guess we're trained to be the little dogs that run after the rabbit. And if we get the rabbit or get close to the rabbit, we kind of preen and go, oh, look at me, I'm getting the rabbit. And I was just thinking about, I just watch this circus every day. And, I also watch things like, that really it's not, it's wrong to say the righteous because it's got that's too broad of a concept, a term. It's right to say the child of God, the one that Jesus took and separated from the world through the shed blood, which is the bought, paid for. And that person, you try to do something in the world and they say, well, that's not yours. So yes, wait a second, that's not your world. It's God's world. You got this temporary thing, like, oh, well, this is the way it's done. And no, that's not the way it's done. It's God way or no way. Yeah, but we attack anyone that tries to do anything of the Most High, and they try to accomplish anything, we'll make sure they get tied down. That's right, Lilliputian. You little people, go ahead and tie the man down. Make sure that child of the Most High can't do anything, so you can promote your worldism. You can eat your shit. You can eat the ground. You can dive in the ground. You can plant the tree upside down. You can do all those things. You can slay anyone you want. You can say, I am king. I am the one. Look at me. I finally got it sussed. I've got it nailed down. Every time I do something against a child of the Most High, I get rewarded with lots and lots of temporary things. But to me, they're not temporary. To me, they're permanent. I am no widow, and I shall see no sorrow. I will slay the children of the Most High from the beginning of time all the way to the end and prove myself superior every time. And those who abide in me will succeed. Those who don't will not. Wrong. You dare to challenge me. I just simply want to say the truth. You are an illusion and a delusion. Your little dream of accomplishment is but nothing. Dust, poof, gone. You have no permanence, you've made no mark. No one will ever remember you. You're gone. The only thing that is to be of mind is the Lord and the works of the Lord that may or may not be deemed holy works by the little priests and Pharisees and religionistas, judgmentalists, pontificators of culture, what a Christian should be like, what a Christian must be like, what somebody who says they're a Christian, they must be like this or they must be like that, they must do this work or they must do that work, or there's no fruit. Right. Go have your fornication with your whore. Get out the way. Coming through. And anything in the way just gets gone, baby. If it's the Lord's unction, you better be careful with your mouth. You better be careful with your slander. You better be careful. The works of permanence versus the works of temporary nothingness and delusional thinkers who are delusional doers. Because what do they do all day long? They lie. They think somehow they can just keep lying and lying and lying and lying, and then suddenly they walk into a child of the Most High God. They keep on doing it. They say, you're no good, and I'm going to lie to you, and whatever good works you think you're doing, we're going to trash them, and we're going to spread rumors that the works are trash, and you are trash, and we're going to have our way with you. No, jackal. You're going to eat your own entrails. You're going to eat your own vomit. The child of the Most High does not have to grovel to anyone, because that's the whole point. Freedom, truth, things you don't know anything about, permanence. So we'll see who lasts in the end. You can see this little civilization falling, and as it falls, I made an observation the other day. People are getting dead real fast. Oh yeah. They're dying right and left, they're dying right and left, they're dying right and left, they're dying right and left. Nobody remembers. There's no real memorials anymore. Unless you're like Satanist John McCain or something. There's or the wonderful Bush family. Other than that, though, there's no remember, and even then they can't remember who Bush was. What was that? GW versus W? What's the difference? They can pound it in all day long for weeks. Do you remember this is a great man? I am a man, and I say this is a great man, and nobody cares anymore. You notice it? Gone. Here, this is a great, nope, gone. This is gone. Gone. And forgotten. And forgotten. And forgotten. And forgotten. Just wondering if anyone else noticed that. I take great glee in that. I rather enjoy that, yes. The idea that a great man, a great woman, doing works of stature, lauded by Bill Gates. He has her on his Bill Gates Notes Committee and does a video. How great you are. Patted on the head by the New York Publishing Association. Spewed out as truth rather than propaganda. Oh yes, you, have a seat. You're a great woman. You're a great man. And even when Bill Gates deems them that, they still go poof like they weren't there in the first place. You notice it? You mind if I prophesy? It's called real prophecy as opposed to, the other kind. I don't do it too often. When it does happen, there's usually a couple of people that catch it and that can confirm it, as they have a gift. And they exercise it because they are children of the Most High God. Oh, you wouldn't know them. They don't have a banner on them that says, I am superior, I am perfection. There is one being that I know that, and his followers that say, I am perfection. I am the one. I am the way. I am the way forward. I have the plan. Very dangerous words for a lowly human to speak. But speak it they will, whether we like it or not. Very, very, very dangerous words. I will commiserate with my homies and bury you, child of the Most High. No, you can bury those who are ignorant, but when you walk into a child of the Most High, you tag yourself. You curse yourself, and it stays, and you can't get it off. No amount of witchcraft will help you. In fact, the witches, your old friends, will distance themselves from you because they don't want that which is on you on them, because they can see it. Now that's what happens when you run into a child of the Most High, and since they're so unassuming and gentle, and you think you can take advantage of them, don't think that anything goes unnoticed. Everything you do is noticed. Every little thing, every mark, every slander, every word, every deed, every little trick, every attempt, every booby trap, every little thing is marked, noted, and held against you for the rest of your life, because that's a child of the Most High. You don't touch that, you see. You touch the others. No, I know you're going to go ahead and crucify Jesus. I know that. And everybody with him. I understand that. And that's why your world is your world, and that's why you're just stuck with it, so eat it. And that's why you're never going to have anything other than your youth that's fleeting anyway. And all your success will be as a vapor, gone and forgotten. All the things you slaved for, gone and forgotten. There's only one thing that's permanent. There's only one thing there's always there, and that's Jesus, the Lord, always there. Permanent, but it's not just Jesus. It is the entire universe under that rule and reign that people on earth cannot see. Right, I have a way of getting right to you. You don't fool me. We're not afraid of you. And just because we don't confront you on something doesn't mean that you got away with it. That's all. Okay? Just because we don't call you up and say, hey, I saw that, doesn't mean we did not take that in prayer to the Most High God for the Lord to be the adjudicator in such matters. Not us. You are messing with the power of the entire creation. Going up against it is not a good bet. In fact, most people that do that wind up ashamed to even exist. Those who gloat over the stumblings and fallings of the children of the Most High eventually wish they never were born. There's just something about that you kind of like, people attacking Kanye West now. Because, it's like, I wouldn't attack. I'm not, I may not even have confirmation totally that that's a child of the Most High. Looks like it, though. I just say this. I'm not going to go mess with that. Let's lift him up. Hope he's successful. I love everyone raising their hands to Jesus, because that is the truth, the way, and the life. Outside of that, there is no life, there is no truth, and there is no way. You have a delusion, an illusion, something that doesn't even exist. All of your medals and your things you think you have fall off the wall. Canker. Become dusty. Eventually the ribbons wear out. And all the polishing in the world can't bring them back, because that time is now gone. You see, time is the equalizer. No matter how much you think you've got, how much you think you got away with it, time will eventually eat you up and spit you out as if you were never here in the first place. It's brutal. This world is dangerous and brutal. And it is for everybody. I would teach my children that it is dangerous and brutal, and you better put God first every day, and you better understand what His Word says, and you better understand what the deal is, because, you know, there's not a lot of missteps allowed. You know, when the Holy Spirit guides you from going down that dark alley, getting on that plane, going up down the wrong road, applying for the wrong job, but then embattled when the power of the Almighty, the Most High, sends you through the battle and you are victorious, everyone around will say you failed, even though you succeeded. But in time they will see that, and they will tear their hair out. They will curse the ground they walk on, because they were sure they dispensed with you. You weren't supposed to come back and keep coming. You were supposed to be done for. But again, worlders cannot stand up to the Most High God. What God has ordained, no man can stop. Understand? What God has ordained, no man can stop. No petty commiserating in the background. You know, pushing people to a consensus to go against someone trying to accomplish something. No amount of that will ever defeat a child of the Most High. You can feel it in the background. Something is cooking. When you celebrated the death of the child of the Most High, he was just getting ready to fly. And fly he will, if God has ordained it. You feel me? You better, because, you know, your life is in danger. Your life, you be very careful. A worlder said to me when I was going to be traveling recently, and traveling in our awesome RV that we really have enjoyed that because of, you know, maybe it's, I don't know, I've always been an RVer since the very beginning. I've always enjoyed, I had my first one when I was in 1978. I know, you weren't even born, but I mean, it was a Fleetwood. It was a small one with one air conditioner. I just drove it down to the beach, stayed overnight, had a steak and a hibachi, and I just thought that was the coolest thing, you know? Those were the days where you could park like at Ventura along the road there, you know, the parking lot. You could just park there, just be there overnight. There was no hassle, no problem. Well, you can forget California. Evil shall slay the wicked. When you conjure evil, and you bear false witness, and you slander people, and you do bad things, and you do bad deeds, eventually that person will be consumed by evil. Evil will be all around them, because God is not mocked. What you sow, so shall you reap. Understand? God is not mocked. So, you know, I think what happens is the confidence gets built because so many people that get defeated are not children of the Most High. And so I was trying to explain to you about this guy that had a restaurant, and the staff and the waiters and waitresses were all playing a little game, you know what I mean? Eventually he was defeated. This was not a child of the Most High. This is somebody that, you know, obviously got broken. And so the evil people, the witchies and the Satanists and those who feel they're on the dark side, they were all celebrating. They won. They look at everything in terms of win and lose. They don't, you know, God's playing the long game, okay? And you will not ever be able to defeat a child of God that has, I mean, you can say you defeated him. You can celebrate as if you defeated him. You can take away his tools so he can't finish his job. You can do all manner of shitty things, but he will succeed. And by your effort in that negativity, you will go down. You will be stuck in the rut you're in, going around and around and around and around until you just fall over. And that is a true word. Take it to the bank, lock it up. Yes, I feel sorry for people that try to start whatever they're going to start. I mean, I don't usually bark at people. I'm fairly gentle. I save my roaring for the Zeph Report. This is where I will speak. You see, success is not simply in the short-term achievement of a thing. Now, I remember when I got to a point of being a little bit incapacitated and right, I've been doing a lot of, this is something I will not do again, but I used to be somewhat of a script doctor for screenplays. Well, she went a long time being good. Now she's going to bark out there, so probably I'm going to get a... But I used to be somewhat of a screenplay dog. In other words, I'd, agree to... They would hire me to, pretty important people too. Important in the game of BS called Hollywood in L.A. And they would hire me to, rewrite dialogue and, producers... I'd rewrite it for them over the weekend and fix it all up and polishing and things like that, so they'd have a spanky little screenplay to go down to the set with, And then I don't do that anymore. It's really that kind of drove me into drugs and back into drugs. I mean, because I'd been self-medicating for a long time due to trauma from childhood that I hadn't been able to acknowledge. I put that in a shell pretty well, right? Compared to going on and on and on. Well, I'm trying to heal from all of it, but I guess, maybe you don't ever really truly heal. You just adapt. My soul is healed. That's the thing that can. But I felt like, like if you go have, fornicating type sex or sex partners, for fun or for pleasure, or whatever, a piece of your soul goes with each encounter with each partner. And you start to learn that about, as you feel emptier and you feel, and you get more addicted to things and, drugs, drinking, whatever, just illicit behaviors in general. And then if you're really, really fortunate, you run into the Word of God and it explains all this to you about what's happening. You're being broken piece by piece. Well, the writing kind of was like that kind of doctoring thing, you get, 1,000 here, $5,000 there, $10,000 here, if you just money here, there, grabbing. And what you don't realize is writing is very much like it. You have to be true to yourself. It can be like sex with just various partners, people you don't even know, If you're just doing fixing other people's stuff, it's a piece of you goes with each thing. You learn that over time. And you learn that, you have to say to yourself, well, would you rather have... And I was very, very prolific. I mean, I had lots of things, but I felt they were really led. But when I started working for other people like that, doing that kind of work, and I noticed that other people that did that kind of work always got burned out, you know what I mean? They wound up being in pretty rough shape. Now, this is not something that you're going to read about or anyone will tell you. I'm just telling you the way it is. And so I learned not to do that. I learned to keep that powder dry. I learned to wait on the Lord, to put God in first place. If there's really an unction of the Lord, then go forward. Because what God has ordained, no man can stop. Understand? So when I committed to a screenplay or something, I will not commit unless the Lord is in it, and then no man can say. And it doesn't matter if it comes out, does it come out saying Jesus, blah, 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 gospel? No, it may not. It's going to come out with the way it's going to come out. But if God's ordained it, no man can stop it. And then it's like, do you do another one? No, you wait on the Lord. In other words, do you just... There was a thing about writing where people would write every day like, well, if you're a writer, you're writing 5 pages a day. False. You might write 1 or 2 books in your life. Be called to write them. And maybe they stand the test of time. Versus someone that writes every day and it's all garbage, it's all trash, even though it's good. So there's all these things to think about, but when you put, in any project, you put God first, it will succeed. If that's the unction of the Lord. And so people try to block that. Let's see, worlders, witches, warlocks, just people in the hive mind, conformed to the world, hateful people, whatever, these kind of, commiserating, running with the pack, whatever, okay? When they start in, if it is of the Most High, they will all be tagged by themselves. Did anyone do it? No. Did anyone curse them? No. Did anyone lay a hand on them? No. And now look what happens to them. I don't mean in the short term, I mean in the long term. But wouldn't it be better that God touched them and that they were broken, and so they could then be helped, saved, put on the path of truth rather than in the path of life, rather than the path of death, and, gone and forgotten, and who cares? Wouldn't it be better for them to at least know the truth before they die? Since death is a very real thing, wouldn't that be better? That they understand not to throw death curses on people, that they would learn that you don't mess with the children of the Most High or something that has that unction, that you would learn that it's not necessarily coming out of church. That doesn't mean it has the unction or not. A lot of that has no unction other than the world. It is the same as the world, one and the same. Thank you very much. It doesn't matter, because you see, the whole thing is, you stand in front of that, you will be run over. If I stand in front of that, my feelings might be, I might not like something someone is doing. But if they have the unction of the Most High, I'm standing out of the way because I understand. It's God's will, not mine. It's not about me, it's about Him. And so I'm going to move out of the way. In fact, I'm even going to help that thing get down the road, because I'll tell you something. I know how people can be broken. I've seen it. I fear the Lord. And the fear of the Lord is the beginning of what? Wisdom. Understand His bat, His ball, His way. And people can make all kinds of judgments. In fact, if you really are a child of the Most High, they'll throw rocks at you. People will say, I'm a real Christian, this and that, and everything I've heard from you is lies and lies and more lies. That's only, they say they get upset with you because they're convicted of their lies. So they say you lie. And there's all these kind of games people play. But if you have the unction of the Lord, you speak your peace, and you hold that peace. I've had people come to me and they go, I have the unction of the Lord, you're evil, Zeph. And I said, no, I'm not. And I would just walk right through them. Any kind of delusion, deluded people, whatever, they can't stand, they don't stand the test of time either. My suggestion to people, instead of fighting each other and fighting people that would be speakers, why don't you just fight the battle within yourself and give that battle over to the Lord and have victory in Christ and say hallelujah? Why not go that way? Why make everything so difficult? And that reminds me of a song. I gotta play that. Do I have that? Frankie likes this one. Well, it's like revenge porn. It's not porn, but it's kind of like drawing on some memory. I may not have it here. What was it called again?
Why did they make it so difficult?
Can you not see that?
Well, that's better now.
There must be some way out of this.
It's better now.
It's much better now. It's much better now.
Yeah.
I don't know why you thought you would keep on. Now that everybody knows, from your head down to your toes, you really did wrong to lock me up in the asylum. You knew I'd get out one day. Yeah. You knew I was coming after you. You knew one day
I'd settle the score. I don't know why it's so quiet here, but yeah, you done me. Solitary confinement is not meant for me. The Thorazine and all the medication made me into a zombie. I don't know if I'll ever get over it. I use my psychic power to track you down, and I tracked you down. I tracked you down. You seem to think that I won't ever come back, but now I am. That was me you waved to on Sunset. I saw you there. Some old BMW. That Lida Whittier going to check on your mom's house. Don't think that I forgot for 1 minute how you delivered me up to Satan. And I did object because I'm not just like you. I have a point of view. You have no right over my soul. You have no right. I know you're mind controlled and your soul is gone. I know you're just a servant of darkness.
Yeah, baby. You know, I can't help it. It's the truth. The truth is the truth.
I don't know why you thought you would keep on. Now that everybody knows how you delivered me up to Satan. You really did wrong to lock me up in the asylum. You knew I'd get out one day. You knew I was coming after you. You knew one day I'd settle the score.
And so with all the setups and all the little sabotaging and all the booby traps, every single thing was taken into account. Everything. Every single thing. Every single word was heard and every single thing was seen. Nobody mentioned it to you who were doing it. But every single thing, every single thing has been accounted for. And, it's really, I love the way the Lord makes it look like, and this has happened a lot of times, it makes it look like, like some sort of Pyrrhic victory, or makes it look like, blah, 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 we win and all this, but it doesn't work out that way, you see. Because it's the opposite. It's blessed. It's a winner. It's not going to be stuck in a rut, going around in circles, screaming and yelling, signifying nothing. So that's the end of that, and I'm just, I would just caution anyone. I don't care whether someone has an ice cream truck or making a record or doing whatever they're doing. The Lilliputians that come in trying to tie those people down, if God will allow you to tie people down that aren't awake yet as a part of their breaking, but he won't allow you to tie anyone down that has unction of the Lord, that's his. You're just messing with the kingdom of heaven, and it will come down on you, not today, not tomorrow, but at a time where you least expect. At the time where you least expect, all of it will come flooding into memory. Everything about what happened will all be adjudicated in the Lord's timing and the Lord's perfect hand. And no one will argue with that judgment, because that will be a perfect judgment, not a judgment of man, but a judgment of the Almighty, which is always perfect. So it's, we used to have people that were in the pulpit here in America. We used to have a church that was, I guess before the modern era, really, that would teach these things to children, teach these things to adults. And in a sense, the society didn't need so much policing, because it's kind of like we're self-policing ourselves. We understand that, to be an honorable person, okay, you might have been screwed over, but you're going to have to pay the bill anyway. They may not have delivered, but, technically, you could get litigious about it. You could do a lot of things, but technically, you're going to have to retain honor. And so you're going to have to hand that situation over to the Most High. And sometimes that's hard for people to do. They want to take matters into their own hands, but that's the only way to handle it. And, you're going to pay the bill because you're an honorable person. They're going to think you're weak, and they're going to take advantage because you're going to pay the bill, and where most people will tell them to fuck off. And you're going to go ahead and do that because you're an honorable person, and you're doing it in sight of the Most High God, and you're asking the Lord to help you in this matter that needs to be fixed. And then the Lord will say, take a look at what's in your basket. And you look and you say, oh, I have something here. It's all finished and beautiful and ready to go to the market. Oh, what am I complaining about? Thank you, Lord. Because they just didn't know. You'd already accomplished. You're already ready. You're already got the pearl of great price. You've already achieved what you set out to accomplish, though the false witness would say, no, it's all bad, everything sucks, that person's a failure, that person's a loser. But look in your basket. It's a perfectly polished diamond, and you're ready to go and shine with that diamond and have your success, to the consternation and screaming and yelling of everything. In a way, that's kind of what happened with Trump when he won the election. He wasn't part of the establishment. People argue that. A lot of people just think he's, I've seen all the conspiracy stuff and all the talk about him, but I mean, he wasn't. So I'll just take the obvious. He wasn't supposed to win because they had, and you see the reaction, right? And at some point he actually gave the whole thing over to God, and he just keeps doing that. And it's amazing how long he's lasted with this onslaught. and they're talking about throwing the whole family in jail. And their Southern District of New York has driven him out of town. He's had to leave New York actually because it was not safe for him or the family, whatever, and had to flee, to go into exile into Florida because of the the propaganda and hostility. The entire media and everything else is anti-Trump. Obviously, I mean, this is pretty obvious. And but what they can't get over is this continued push. How does he keep going? How does it happen? It's, I don't say that it's going to, I'm not going to be much more talking about, Trump or politics. It's just someone I know they try to stop, and they say his life is in danger and that he needs to do this, he needs to do that, he needs to go home, he needs to resign, but he's just not, we're just going to see where that goes. Even if they kill him or they remove him, which is very likely that at this point that he would be removed, it doesn't matter. That there will be a legend established that will live on forever, you see. It will have already been a success. And there's nothing they can do, and all the screaming and yelling and all the hatred will never take that away. Ever. They will be forgotten. The celebritards will be, the celebrities of Ho-Ho-Wood, of whoredom, in other words, they will be forgotten. All the famous will be forgotten because they were ginned up and manufactured by the military, the weaponized military-industrial propaganda complex. They played ball, so they got to be, a big shot. But they're not really. Right? So, bottom line is, it's a long game. God plays a long game. And he will lift up the person that people call a fool. And they're going to say he's a sellout, he's a fool, he's a loser, he's horrible. And that one will succeed. And I've seen this over and over and over again. It's funny that, but I think it's more and more obvious now today. And so, what's my advice to lambs? If you have the unction of the Lord to go do something or start something or be somebody or whatever it is, if you have the unction of the Lord, you be like David. You just run after, you just go. You got the unction of the Lord, that's all you need. Go. And whatever. Yeah, some people, they go into a venture, they become bankrupt, but then the bankruptcy leads to something even greater than what they would have had, and it's all the unction of the Lord, and it ends up being, it's always good. Everything that I have that's good comes from the Lord. And so, my advice is just, number one, understand the environment in which you live. Understand that nothing will come of your witchcraft, your spells, all your dalliances, all your slaves, your sex magic, all your stuff is going to be just thrown into the sewer. It will be as just putrefaction. It will be as vomit. It will be as sickness. It will be as failure in the end. Furthermore, you will be identified with it, that failure. Or you could live, take the water of life freely, or you can be the mystery of the Alpha and the Omega, the New Jerusalem. There's an entire journey out of this just waiting. But if you prefer to stay here, spinning around in your shit, and thinking you're getting somewhere with the clock ticking you down, good luck with that. But, just let an old guy tell you, you ain't going nowhere on your own. Not going anywhere with all your, who gave all the witchcraft and all that stuff. The reason I mention it is because it is the most prevalent, force. It always has been a prevalent force upon the earth. It stops people from accomplishing things and allows people that should not accomplish to accomplish if they bow down, if they come unto the sowers of armholes. You know that. But in the end, the Lord, again with the long game, it's only Him that exists in the end, and that those that abide in Him, and that's all that there is. That's what is, and anything else isn't. because that is I am. Anything not I am is not. So it's a silly game, right? Usurping power from obviously the big powers with the children of the Most High, but if you don't get a scapegoat to blame it on, it comes back on you, and then, you become the disease-ridden, the unfortunate, the impoverished, the hurt, complaining. I'm a victim, help me. Now, the only help is anyone can ever have is, the best thing that ever happened to me was being broken to the point where I knew I could not save myself. No matter what move I made, it was just BS. There's nothing I could do. That was it. I could either surrender to the dark side, right, to society, in other words, or I could go with the Lord. Society said, well, if you become a slave, I suppose, if we don't kill you, you mind your P's and Q's, maybe you could one day be restored. Where the Lord just took me in and said, hey, this is what's going on. This is what you got to do. Come with me, and I'll tell you everything about yourself. Everything that I needed to know that happened and I needed to understand, so I could begin the healing process. That sure felt to me like love, and the world felt like hate. I don't want to enslave anyone, do you, and make them do your bidding? What kind of weak, sniveling coward would want to do something like that? A weak, lousy, sold out minion. Now, I'd rather be with the Most High, with my Creator. I'd rather be going on into adventures beyond this realm. I'd rather know all things than some things. I'm so happy that it's not codependent on other people who are fallen and can't help. All they want is control. They'll be just like you until they can do the trick of control, of creating a dependency upon them. You think they'll call me back? I don't know. Maybe you better go polish their shoes. Yeah. And out of that snake pit, it's going to happen. I know at least 5 people right now that I could prophesy about that are going to run into a brick wall within a year. Just their circumstances will change, their lives will change. Everything they think they're doing now, it'll all be out the window. It's going to really be a test. And I can just say to these people, what you need, it's not anyone's fault. It's just the way God is working here. You need to give it over to Him. And my suggestion is to repent, go with the Lord, be restored, and walk it out, baby. And nothing preventing you from that, from living. I mean, you say goodbye to your old friend. They didn't like you anyway. They were stabbing each other in the back anyway. Who cares? Might have to move away from that town. I don't know. But in the end, it will be the unction of the Lord that guides. So you can't, it's a win-win. Win, 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 win. Win all the way around. I mean, look at it from the positive side. The Lord breaks. I mean, it broke me, and I could be like, wow. I mean, I had this one witchy woman saying, now, everything you've done now, your life has become a complete tragedy. Ha, 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 ha. And feeling like, she won, obviously wishing me harm. And I said, yeah, that's funny. It became a big tragedy. And it's like, well, everything you touch, everything you do, it's going to be denied. It's like, well, I know you're going to make sure that everything I do, it fails. But see, what's happened is with that particular person, they made a mistake. And, the victory is the Lord's. But I mean, it was after they had spoken that kind of stuff, it was win-win victory with the Zeph report starting up. And it was that condition that began the Zeph report, which, why is that a important milestone event? Because many people have not killed themselves. I'm sorry my daughter did, but many others have lived. Many have seen God, have had that experience. It's nothing, I can't tell you to do it, but have been around and had the experience of the Lord just because the Spirit's moving around, grabbing people, and was using this broadcast. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. But it turned into win, especially all those souls that were taken away from Satan. And these people are not complaining. Let me assure you of that. They're doing very well, thank you. And I love to meet, new ones that have an experience with God, and they just get it, and they just, we have to walk it out. I mean, but when you try to go back like a dog going back to his vomit, you know what happens. You try to go see your old friends, and you're going to party down and maybe even do a line of Coke or something and make that mistake, and then you feel like you're killing yourself, and then you realize you got to repent. You tried to fit in, but it didn't really, you couldn't, it's just, there's a wall there now. So you came back to the Lord, to the fold of invisible bros and sisters you can't see, and you keep walking, but everywhere you go, the further you go, the more adventurous it becomes, because you don't know what's going to happen next. And that's a beautiful way to live. Always excited about what's around the corner, because you don't know what God has for you next. But yeah, there's been more than a few people try to go back to their old rut. The Lord won't let it happen. Hallelujah. He will stop you. Hallelujah. He'll break you if he has to. Hallelujah. He'll re-break you a second time. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. I don't want to die in my shit bed. I don't want to die going around in circles, frittering my time away with a bunch of people that hate each other anyway. Don't let me die here in a rut, Lord. Don't let me die amongst the ignorant, Lord. Don't let me die and have them have a memorial for me, Lord. Just spread my ashes on the ground by your tabernacle and let me go. I've very little footprint on this world. Hallelujah. Thank you very, very, very much. Because I don't need a big footprint or a big crown. Say, well, you're going to have the crown of glory. I'd say to the churchian, to the churchmeister, to the churchianity guy, I say, look, I don't need a crown. Don't you understand? That's a trick passage. You're supposed to throw that crown back to the living God, because you don't need it. It's an oxymoron. You don't need to hear well done, good and faithful servant. You don't need any of that. You don't need an attaboy. You don't need to fellowship with a bunch of dumb, know nothing, loyalty to nothing, jackals. You just need to understand that you're never alone, and that even when you are, say, alone, meaning not with other people, you're never alone, because you have the entire kingdom with you. You just have to become closer to that. And then, the rest will come. Whatever it is that's bothering you, that you feel you need, you're not getting, or you're begging God for, that, the Lord already knows what you need. He already knows where you're going. He's already seen your whole life, beginning, middle, and end, and knows the changes you're going to go through, and is waiting for you to have gratitude rather than complaints. So there's that end of it, too. People turn to the witchcraft because it's like immediate gratification. Then they dig themselves into a hole that they can never get out of. Into a rut, into a hole, into a gossip fest. And they delude themselves into thinking that they have sussed it all, they've won it all, and they've lived in such delusion that they call those that do succeed, they say, well, they didn't win. I cast spells on them, so they didn't really, it's not really a victory. Don't look over there. That's not really happening. They're a piece of shit. That's not happening. They lost. Lost what? You're the only one contesting. Nobody else is saying in a contest we either win or lose. You're the only one that says win or lose. That's your deal. You win, you lose. You play win or lose against the Most High God. You lose before you begin. So you're the one that thinks in terms of, none of us think in terms of winning or losing. There's no winning. There's no need of winning. It's already accomplished. It is done. It is finished. Ever hear that? It's already win, 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 then if you like. So there is no losing. There's only the delusion of you saying, I win this and I win that. Just like the witches of LA. I win this and I win that. And I won this and I won that. And I have all the maids under my command. And they're all Santeria and we all get what we want. We run the whole place. Right. So control of people, like remote control of a TV set, means, hey, look, I changed the channel, I win. I changed the channel, I won. I changed the channel, look, I win again. Ha ha ha! Worship me! And it just becomes like a big fat tick, a big fat parasite, a big fat whatever. And eventually they just get fatter and fatter and fatter and just explode. And on that day when they explode, I don't know, stage 4 cancer or something, everybody ditches off the ship. Rats off the ship, and they go find another witch queen to go worship. A lot of times they find a child, and they worship the child. They say this child is the reincarnation of this great master. And we will all succeed wonderfully and beautifully if we abide. And they keep looking for parasitical solutions. Man sucking off man is still a parasite. Period. You suck the energy off a guy, you steal the talents, you steal the plan, you throw the booby traps, you lose. You're tagged, you're seen. It's over. It follows you your whole life. You never get that stain off of you. You never live it down either. Oh, not live it down before men, live it down before the Most High. Before all creation. Unless, of course, that stain is washed clean by the Most High God, which is Jesus' shed blood. Other than that, there is no solution. None available to human. Look, we can go easy, we can go hard. I mean, you go with Kanye West, it's easy. Just lift it, it's more of a fun gospel thing. You come over here, it's hard. It's hardcore. Hardcore for hardcore people. Some of the greatest lovers of Christ were on the other side to begin with. They were the dabblers. And most people I see, they dabble in magic, and they dabble in the occult, and they dabble in divining, and they have their little soothsayers and all this, and it's always wrong. Pretty much. I mean, most of these people, if I guessed, guessing at the outcome of a thing, I'd be more accurate than they are. But they then delude themselves and say, "You see how accurate I was? You see how accurate I was? You see what I did to that person? Oh, I'm not going to mess with you. Please don't do that to me. I'll do it. Will you be my slave? Yes, I will. I don't want anything bad to happen to me. Okay, well then you all better do what I want you to do and start desecrating the ways of the Most High. And then you'll get goodies for doing so. And goodies are given out. The goodies last 5 minutes. And then, what have you done for me lately? I want results. Here's a bad guy over here praying to Jesus. What are you going to do to ruin his life? He's over there in the corner cubicle. What are you going to do? Let's start gang stalking him. Let's start stalking him. Moving stuff on his desk around. Putting little talismans in the drawers. That'll get him. Yeah. Drive him nuts. So they have to get him down to the psychiatrist, or maybe he'll jump out the window and dive bomb into the pavement. That'd be cool, Yeah, baby. That'd be cool. If he'll dive bomb into the pavement, I will give you $1 million. If you get a child of the Most High to dive bomb into the pavement, man, you could just write your ticket. But make no mistake, who am I? You know, I want blood, not excuses. Who am I? I'm the paymaster. You earn it, you'll get paid. Any blood? No, but they had bad luck. Nah, not quite good enough. Disease, you know, okay, I guess. It's on a scale. You're judged by somebody else. You have no say in the matter. You do not write your own ticket. You do not become your own God. You do not have an apotheosis. Ever. Understand? Never. None of you Freemasons, none of you people that think you're going to get somewhere. The secret of Freemasonry is there is no secret. The secret to more light is there is no more light. There's only one light. That's it, period. There is not more of the concept called more light. There is no, apotheosis or becoming a God man after this life that has some sovereign rule over some people that you can tell them what to do. Because that's how they think. They think, I'm going to have an apotheosis. Oh yeah, compared to what? You're only having an apotheosis in comparison to people who aren't, that you would rule over. If there are no other people, your apotheosis means nothing. If the apotheosis, fell over in the forest, did anyone hear it? Of course not. It didn't exist. It never happened. It's moot. It's irrelevant because it's codependent upon other people. That's the faulty logic of Masonry. It's all codependent, so therefore it's moot. Done. They just get together because they have power in getting together. And then, of course, they get the more radical side, the Jacobins and people like that. They do a lot more bad things. Jury rig the courts. They rig Virginia. They rig the presidential races. They rig this. They rig that. They go get Trump because he's not supposed to be there, so they're going to probably, knock him out or, ruin him or do something. And so there's that going on. But in general, anybody acting on their own out there, they get crushed. They have to bow down to this hierarchy, which is the externalization of the hierarchy, which is the structure of human power upon the earth. But nobody, not one person is acting alone or on their own in this situation or being their own God. That will lead a person, of course, off the cliff and good riddance. We've had enough of those. So this is what God's going to do, okay? So listen up. Here's what God's going to do. The Lord's going to expose all this more and more and more. The veil will be rendered, very thin, very thin, very thin in the coming weeks and months. People that are found in these different dark arts and all these things they're doing will be seen as, ugly, will be seen as limited, will be seen as evil, will be seen as stupid, especially stupid. Because every act is another act of digging your own grave. Everybody knows that. Every act of evil, I'll just, look at it one more time, okay. Evil shall slay the wicked, and those who hate the righteous shall be condemned. So therefore that cancels any action in this vein here. Condemned is the same as marked. They'll be condemned, marked, ashamed, or whatever. And it'll be very hard. Evil shall slay the wicked. The evil that they conjure for other people will slay them in the end. Don't you understand? God is not mocked. What you sow, so shall you reap. Period. So everything you throw, it not only comes back on you, but you're marked with it unto death. On the path of death. They go, I celebrate death. Yes, you're in a death cult. Well, why don't you just kill yourself right now then? Because you're seen by all creation as the ultimate loser. Only in your delusion and among your little hierarchy do you deem yourself winners. Winners of what? Dirt? Sewage? Sludge? Time? Who? Name one person who's going to beat time. No one's going to beat time. Time's going to do you in. Time's going to make you ugly. Time's going to make you stupid. Time is going to wither you. Time is going to wipe out that sexiness you think you have, just like the song says. Time is going to do you in, sucker. Time's going to do you in and put you in. It's going to put you under. Or you can become someone like Jane Fonda, who's trying to beat time with makeup and plastic surgery, or Mickey Rourke, you know, thinking somehow they can beat time. And have you seen how stupid Jane Fonda is lately? Have you seen the stupid things she says? She's completely 100%. She used to be smart. I mean, really smart. Really a brainiac, actually. The whole Fonda family was. Peter Fonda, Jane Fonda, but they were very, you know, corrupted with the worldly ways, and eventually their intelligence, both of them, atrophied. You know, so that she could go on talk shows and, I mean, we got to stop global warming. I got arrested 4 times the other day. You know, and she behaves stupidly. She's a sad clown. A sad clown. But it's all based on trying to beat time, understand? It's not about global warming with her. It's not about left-wing politics. It's all about, you know, maintaining fame and keeping in the limelight and keep reinventing herself to beat time. Still having sex at 75, beat time. Nobody cares, bitch, really. Seriously. It's laughable. It's hilarious. And that's their pinnacle, that's their model, that's their inspiration. If you're not inspired by the Most High, how is that inspiration? The Creator is inspiration. Inspiration and action, creation. With no need of parasitical of becoming a parasite. You ever wonder why the society, the conformed society, continues to, how it exists if they have to keep finding new, fresh, whatever? They only exist till they run out of fuel. Their fuel is spent humans. They're spent human, right? They suck off humans. And when there's no more sucking to do, they just, you know, deflate and die. Where, you know, those who abide in the Most High are simply power. There are people that want to grab my hand and like grabbing a battery and taking an energy charge off of it. I say, yeah, if I'm anointed to the Most High, and if I'm filled with that Holy Spirit, you can feel my hand. It's going to be like electricity. But I'm the power source, you see. No, it's not me. I mean, like I am. It's I am is the power source. Right? God threw me here. I would do that with people. I say, here, grab on. Just go, oh, God, I always feel so much energy when I'm around you. Yeah, and it's free. Hey, it's free. You don't have to hurt me to grab it and take it. Huh? There, it's free. It's 1 billion suns, baby. It's free. You understand? I understand that language. I grew up in all that crap. That was, you know, I mean, well, actually, in my mother's case, she had various personalities. There's one that loved the Lord. There's one that loved the devil. It was really strange. It was, you know, she was really messed up herself. It's generational, you know, it went back for all these generations. But, you know, delusion is delusion, right? But in terms of, you know, the witchy stuff, yeah, there was all around me. It was just part and parcel of the society. Everybody was into it. Everybody. Look at you, you know. Here you are, your life is ruined, and you still say you win. That's right, I won. I win. Well, compared to what? Compared to you? I'm, oh my God. I said, because you said that, we're going to lock you up even longer. Fine. Do whatever you like to convince yourself that your delusion is real, but you still, winning is not in accomplishing something. I remember I had one shrink. I had a shrink at one point, and the guy got so mad at me for my attitude that he started like name dropping because he was so insecure. This guy, he was in military intelligence, and then he became a psychiatrist. Anyway, so he says, and he was a Hollywood guy, it's like a shrink to the stars type of guy, office in Beverly Hills and on Roxbury, up in like 4th floor in that Roxbury building, where the Mickey Fine Pharmacy is at the bottom. Or used to be. Any old timers out there? Well, anyway, and he would say, I was out to dinner with, and he would mention all these actors, like, I was out with Chris Christopherson, so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. So, and I remember the Christopherson thing, but he named, like, a couple of actresses, and we had dinner, and, so he goes, so I think I had a better weekend than you. I actually had to name drop to convince me that I had a bad weekend compared to him, being, trapped in the loony bin. And it just drove him. I drove him completely nuts. We got to break him of that omnipotent thinking. Anyway, he just didn't understand. You see, I'm glad I remembered that incident to bring that to light. He got so frustrated with me for saying that I was having a good time, just enjoying myself, even though I'm supposed to be miserable, that he had to drop those names. He had to drop his guard because they're not supposed to say personal information of, who they hang out with and name drop people to try to impress you. Man, that's really low class. But he was so desperate to say he was having a good time and you are not. You see, Satan can take away your goodies, your career, let's say. It can take away the thing that you're trying to accomplish, let's say, even though God may have another plan for you that involves failure and involves resuscitation. You know what I mean? But it's a long game. It goes on a long time. And they can think they have a victory in that, and they can take it away. Oh, you thought you were doing something. Here, let's take that away. You need to ask permission to do something, if there is to be an acknowledgement. Sorry, I don't ask permission from you. Ever. Never. It would not even occur to me in the first place. Because, you see, I don't fear the one who can take my, my music away or my writing or whatever it is, the Zeph Reporter, take away anything that I've done. Take it all away. You can have it. I don't care. You can have it all, whatever it is. But I fear the one who can take my soul. You see. That I will hold on to. Thank you very much. So God does that test on us too, where he breaks you by taking things away. I was a big mucky at IBM, and I had a corner office, and I had all this stuff, and all these people working for me, and all that, and I ran into the Lord. I had troubles, and I cried out. The Lord saved me, and I lost the office. I lost the job. I lost it all. They all looked down at me. They kicked me out of the country club. They kicked me out of the this and that, and my kids wouldn't even talk to me, and I couldn't be happier. Oh, come on, man. I couldn't be. You're not happy if your kids won't talk to you. I don't. It's fine if they don't want to talk to me. It's fine if I don't work at IBM anymore. Here I am Sure, I'll wash your windows. It's fine. I love it. I'm happy, not you. No, I'm happy. I love the Lord my God. Whatever he has for me, that's what I'm going to do. No, you've got it backwards. You know what? This is what some guy said to me. He goes, your head and your ass are not wired together right. Remember that? Your head and your ass aren't wired together right. No, your head and your ass are wired together wrong. You're deluded. You're waiting until you retire, and then you'll be happy. Then you're going to say something, right? You're going to be a big hero. You're going to wait till you retire, and then you're finally going to come out with the truth about what happened in your life. And the answer to that is, if you haven't come out with it now, you never are. The only way you're going to have the courage to do that is to give it to the Almighty God, and you let him give you the unction to speak or not speak. Maybe he'll have you not speak. That's on you if you decide you're unilaterally just going to go out and squawk after you retire. They won't get you then. How do you know that? What if they cut your pension off? What if they turn against you? What if they send the IRS after you? How's it going to be then? You going to talk? No. Well, then quit being so braggadocious. You're going to retire? You're going to keep your mouth shut? You're going to wring your hands for the rest of your life? Or you're just going to realize that you can't, you can't win. The world hates you. Can't wait till you get older so they can push you off the cliff, maybe into an old folks home where they can abuse the crap out of you. Steal everything you have in your bank account. Or you can get real while you still have the chance. I say to people, you're going to retire now, and then you're going to be like grandpa to the kids and have Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving and birthdays and have fun playing with the kids and keeping the tradition alive. Yeah. Well, then why do you hate each other? We don't. We love each other. Delusion. Denial. How can you love if you don't have any love in your heart? How can you love if, you love little shiny things that go by? Oh, I love that. Oh, I love that memory of that song. Oh, I love the way this picture looks from 40 years ago. Oh, I love this that's not really even in time. I love that's a fleeting memory. I love this on Facebook, and I don't know, I just love different things. They fly by, and I give lots of hearts and lots of thumbs up, and I just life is good, it's good. I'm supposed to say that, and that's right. You just say what you're programmed to say. Here's a picture of me 3 years ago playing with the grandkids. Wow. Here's a picture of me 3 years ago playing with the grandkids, and I'm, and we all love the Lord. Oh, that's different. Why can't I just play with the grandkids? Well, because you're not here to play with the grandkids. It's not your job. You can do it. I know that sounds cruel, but that's not your job. The job of each person is to figure out, why they're here in the first place. And then what to do about it. Why did you wind up in this prison in the first place? And what are you going to do about it? I'm going to play the game and fritter my time away trying to win the big brass ring. Well, fine, you go do that. And by the time you get to that brass ring, you old decrepit fool. You would have thrown your chance away. Next, please. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, good. I hope that this podcast reaches, you know who you are. No, I mean, it's going to have to do more than just get you to think. Getting you to think is not going to do any good. Just so you have some idea of what an axiomatic truth is, i.e. an immutable truth, an unmovable truth, a truth that is a constant. That's the whole point of today, to establish a constant. So from that, you can triangulate what, rather than a murky kind of, I'm okay, you're okay, this moves, that moves, I'm playing the game, be nice. And I've seen people, oh God, I saw one thing where a guy pissed somebody off. The recent thing I saw, because one guy betrayed this guy, lied, and he was trying to put up like memories of 3 years ago when they were friends. Like, can we have a truce? Without saying anything, and I caught that. We catch everything. We see everything. We don't always say something, but we see everything. Those that have that gift of seeing things. So he's trying to put up these memories of 3 years ago, when times were good, of, great people. Yeah, great people back then 3 years ago. And hey, here you are among them. I'm sorry. This all went into a shitstorm, and I've lied and I did all that. But, 3 years ago, how about that? It's not my fault. I mean, all this stuff went off the cliff because not my fault. Not my fault I lied. Not my fault I betrayed you. Look, 3 years ago, can we just get back to that memory? And the answer is no. You did the crime, now you're going to do the time. You're cut off. There can be forgiveness, but there's no more friendship there, and there's no more working relationship like it was 3 years ago. It's over. By your own hand. Instead of putting pictures up and playing little child's games, why don't you just call the person and say you're sorry? Admit what you did. Well, I can't do that, because then I'd have to make amends, and well, then you just have to live with it. A child of the Most High God would probably apologize. Probably say, you know what I pulled back there was really wrong, and I don't know why I did it, but I did it, and I tried to make the whole thing into some horrible thing. I betrayed you because you hired me. 3 years ago, we worked on this thing together, and everything was fine. So I saw this happen. I'm kind of like in the background here watching. And between these two guys. And I've been thinking about it ever since. I've been thinking, why doesn't that one guy just admit, he lied? He was trying to sabotage this thing. He went ugly. He may not even know why he did. He just did, and, instead of trying to spread rumors that everything is lousy and it's all a failure, why not just, instead of creating all that delusional matter, which doesn't stop anything. It's all delusion, right? None of it's true. Why not just, if you want to get back in the good graces, why not just, instead of putting a picture up of 3 years ago when things were good, i.e. it's not really my fault. In other words, he doesn't want to apologize. He wants to talk about 3 years ago it went fine. And this time it didn't go fine, but it's not my fault. Will you forgive me? That's just not good enough. 3 years ago, it went fine. We did this thing together. It went fine, and everyone was happy. It was a wonderful thing. It was a success. These are great people, and now they're not so good at people. It's not my fault. So let's be friends. I'm sorry. That's just very dishonorable. For me, I'm just watching from the peanut gallery here. That's... you got to do is you got to own up to what you did. Admit you steered the thing off the cliff. Tried to, but failed, of course. God wasn't going to let that happen, no matter what people want to do. And then the guy that you're trying to suck up to, he's done with you. He's done with you. Because you couldn't be, you couldn't own up to it and say, you know what? I did wrong. I mean, I've done awful things too, and I've had to apologize. And, when I apologized, it did not repair the friendship, but I mean, it kind of, at least it restored some kind of equilibrium with me and the Lord. You know what I'm saying? At least I retained some modicum of honor. Honor. You know the word honor? Do you know what that means? That means you're not conniving for this or that. You're not, you're not going to try to manipulate someone because you think they're weak. It means being honorable. Like if you don't get exactly what you contracted for, even though, you have a contract, you honor the contract, you pay the bill, even though you didn't get satisfaction. But because you're honorable, you're going to pay the bill. You negotiate, but ultimately you're going to pay that bill. Even though it pains you to do it and it's not deserved, but you're going to do it because it's about honor. And honor is blessed in the sight of God. Someone's word, their honor, what they say they're going to do, following through with what they say they're going to do, even if it comes back. And so the lesson learned is, well, don't hire that guy again, right? Don't hire somebody that's substandard. Don't hire someone that is incompetent. Check it out better next time, but you have to honor the commitment. That doesn't mean you're weak. That just means you're honorable. So all this makes sense to me as I'm kind of watching, but I mean, this idea of trying to suck up to somebody by posting pictures after you've been, an awful, betrayer. What's called for is an apology. I betrayed you. I lied to you. I told you I had this thing done, and I turned on you, and I quit. I didn't do my job, and I'm sorry. 3 years ago, though, 3 years ago isn't now. So it's over. And it's over forever. And it's over all over the place. It's because people need to discern the truth from the lie. Anyway, I see people doing these kind of things, and I recount incidents that go by, and I see them doing it in all walks of life and everywhere, and it just seems like to cover people's asses, they lie. Or how about this one? I had to do that because the crowd was going that way. I didn't want to be the odd man out, so I had to, Well, then don't expect that the person that you betrayed in so doing will then be a friend again. Unless, even if you fully apologize and say, okay, I did this, I did that, I fell down on it, I'm sorry, and, it won't happen again. But it doesn't matter. Thank you for apologizing, but I'm not ever going to be dealing with you again. At least you retain honor in that. You see what I mean? And that's you do that unto the Lord. When you have the Lord, the Lord's watching, and so you're automatically doing things like that. And as you build that up, you're really building up better. You're building character. Character is being built. Faith is being built. Honor is being built. A work is being done. To go the way of liars and thieves and CYAs and all that is the way of the world, and it just goes into degradation and death, dishonor, disrepute. Now, what about the people that had no honor but then fooled everybody? Well, that happens every day. What do you mean, like John McCain? Unbelievable, right? Got all these people killed. Unbelievable. They play this honor game. That's the world's going to do that. But I'd rather have, the world say you're dishonorable and God say you're honorable, and you know the truth about it, rather than play a game of surfaces, of externals. I remember one guy, this old guy, he lived off Sunset, and I told him I wanted to buy his car. And it was a BMW four-door, I think it was a 528E or 533, or I don't know, some one of those five BMW from the Wayback Machine. Nice car, you know. And I thought I wanted it, and I answered an ad, and you know, and then I didn't want it. He goes, I'm not going to let you back out of this deal. Now, I don't think I drove it away. I just think I didn't want it. I might have driven it, you know, kind of test driven it, but I just, within a day, I just was like, nah, it's not, no, I don't want that. And so he got his attorney, and he called the attorney, and he said, you know, this guy was going to do this, he's going to do that. And I said, well, I don't really want it. What do you want? I mean, what is it? Well, it's going to, you know, I want a couple $1,000s or something for my trouble. And, you know, other people wanted it, and I couldn't sell it because you, and then you, blah, blah, blah. That's it. Job accomplished. Mission accomplished. And like I like to say, a friend of mine would laugh at this, I'd say, challenge met. Everything was seen, boys and girls, you see. Nothing went on that was in secret. I know that's embarrassing, but, you know, next time, or just learn, or better, go to the truth.
today.
Greetings in the name of the Most High. Let me get cans off of here. Yeah, off my arm, please. Is that a wire? All right. Greetings in the name of the Most High. As I said, it would seem, that the manifesting of this spiritual war, and that's really what I see. This is what I need to talk about. I'm seeing this spiritual war on Earth, and it's the biggest I've ever seen. I mean, it's I don't believe it could be bigger without extreme death. But I've never seen them so bold, and I think you probably agree with that. So out of the closet. So overtly evil. So evil and out of the closet with their evil and their stupidity. They may, I think they feel they win on cunningness. They win on being clever. But that doesn't mean they're wise. And, just one example of this would be, I guess what happened yesterday, the day before, is a reporter asked Hillary Clinton how'd she bump off Epstein, and she cackled like a witch, like the witch she is. And, of course, that's no secret about witchcraft and death. Witchcraft and power. Ezekiel 13 describes it as that one must, bow down, come unto these sowers of armholes in order to be vetted, and in order for souls that corrupt themselves should blossom and live, and souls that don't should be used as sacrifice. In other words, you either do the bidding of the world system or cast out. Conform or be cast out, exactly right. But I mean, or cast out. But I mean, that's what you have to deal with. Witchcraft, you have to consent to the witchcraft, Satanism, selling, well, basically consent means selling your soul in that sense. That as you bow down, you sell your soul in that process. But I don't think most people understand what that means. In fact, I don't know. I know just only a handful of people on the entire world who actually understand exactly, precisely how that happens. And that's because these people are people that have done battle with, most of the others are dead. In fact, all the others are dead. I know one guy, rumored a decade and a half ago, that he was wandering around with his poetry and maybe he became homeless or something but they were still hunting him. God's put us here, I believe, to figure this out so that we'll turn to him for his strength, so that he will fight our battle. We learn that it's not about us but about him, but then the beauty of that is he fights our battles. And he does every day. I mean, we've been through some hellacious battles. I really can't talk about it right now, but one day I will. And absolutely unbelievable manifestations. I mean, you can't believe it's gotten so literal. Everywhere, the schools, the government, the military, the divides going on between people, extreme, because they have to be extreme, because the goats and the sheep have to be separated. And now they are separated big time. You can't say, well, in the future we'll get along or communicate. And then at the same time, you've got this sort of celebrity thing going with Jesus, and I'm not really ready to comment on that, because to me it's another manifestation that as the evil rises, the good rises too. It's kind of like in proportion. But it's coming to a head. The thing is coming to a head. We're witnessing it right now, and Bill Gates is calling, of course. I don't want to scare you too much, but Bill Gates has been calling for a disease that will wipe out, at least domestically, 30 million people, or about 10% of the population he wants to cull. And I told you about Gates. I told you how utterly, wicked he was, he and his wife. And that now you're beginning to see the truly wicked are behind the nice, living in the White House, not the White House, but the nice house, with nice people, kids going to school and neckties and cardigan sweaters and seeming like community type people. And you find that they're the most wicked thing that ever drew breaths. That everything you see is just a front. That, wait till you find out that a lot of your neighbors, people that you respected, say, like in Hollywood, people that you looked up to, even in the past, because there's nothing really new going on here. The same satanic ritual abuse, the same kidnapping, the same child trafficking, sex trafficking, has been going on, as far as I know, from well before I was even born. I mean, it's been going on as long as there's been people, it seems, these criminal enterprises. But to see the difference is today, everything is coming out in the open as if to say, okay, we're doing this, we're just going to legalize it. So they want to legalize the pedophilia. What they're doing in the schools is a ritual. It's the same ritual we had when we were kids called playtime, where you say they have the tranny reading thing, they're reading, but they're exposing their genitals, they're spreading their legs in front of the kids. That's called playtime. Where in the back are the mothers usually, not so much the fathers, who take their kids to these things, and they sit in the back row. And that's a well-organized, occult ritual that's gone on for generations, and that's how the children are trained to service the adults at 4, 5, 6 years old. And that used to be with the elites. That was the ritual. Like I said, they call it playtime. And everybody that I know that's been through all this, they remember the same exact ritual, the same exact thing as I do. It's so amazing to compare notes with people. And I'm going, they put you through that too? Oh my God. I can't believe that because it was so hidden, so buried. Not that now it's come right out in the open. In fact, they'd have it in libraries. But, it's not far from there before there's obviously sex with kids. I mean, that's the next step. I mean, the way playtime goes is there's a couple of, male adults, right, that are used in their underwear with a bunch of kids playing with toys in their underwear and not allowed to wear clothing. And that's how it starts. And then they just keep having that until it evolves into some sexual thing. And the mothers are all in the back row knitting and bored and gossiping and, just taking their kids to the cotillion to get them ready for society. I mean, not the cotillion. I mean, the real deal. And that makes you wonder when you remember something like that. You wonder how many know that this is conformity, that this is the norm. And now they're having it in the schools. So you used to think, well, it's sequestered up with the elites, let's say, the elites. No, it's not the elites, it's bloodlines. And then at the same time, it's the very instruction it's the old line traditional way of training children to service adults, which was basically a ubiquitous activity and protected and governed by the society itself. In other words, nod, wink. We'll don't worry. No, your secret is safe with us, says the infrastructure of any given society. And that's been the deep, dark shame of our world from the beginning of time. It's very simple. The fact that that's coming out like it is, shows me we're in the biggest battle of all history, because it doesn't take much for the death to come now. Just one little more, the straw that broke the camel's back, you know. And I go around the internet, you know, and I see people prophesying, like, they say they're prophesying, and they're looking at all this, and they go, oh, well, this is the biggest blessing, and we're going to have all this jubilee and 7 years of you know, true blessings and all that. My friend out there with your, whatever your stupid thing is, we are blessed right now. We are blessed right now. We are blessed right now. It's how you're looking at it. These things we're talking about, God cannot bless the world, as it were. He can bless his people, which he obviously is, and lift them up, which he obviously is. And as this darkness grows, they're lifted up more and more, because they are also manifesting, just like the evil ones are. But still, it's the epic battle that we're involved in. You know, the epic battle that has come. And there's no sense in saying we're not in the biggest battle of all time, when we are in the biggest battle, you know, since creation, to where all the things come out, and all the cards are on the table, and all the truth is known. And even Jesus said that, you know, everything would be known, and it would be, that would be an indicator of, you know, the end of things. You know, certainly the end of this society, that's for sure. But this society is based on the spilling the blood of innocents, and the trauma of innocent people, and the preying upon people to boost the few. So we can't allow the system to continue anyway, and we wouldn't, because it's not fair. It's funny watching the politics of the impeachment. It's you know, I have to pinch myself, and I have to say, Lord, I know you always use me at the end. You know, you always preserve me till the end. Somehow I'm here to witness the whole thing fall down. And it has to fall down before there can be peace and a real blessing. You know, things have to come down a bit. People have to be kind of crushed to their knees and broken, so that they will see the truth. They have to cry out to God. The Lord's going to, you know, when they look the other way, or try to do it on their own, or try to do it the world's way, or whatever, and the evil just keeps growing and growing until finally there's that moment. So I'm, you know, and when that moment comes, when the fear of the Lord comes, I think everyone on that day is running to Jesus, you know, right? You know, and when they lose the fear of the Lord, that's the beginning, of course, of ignorance, and they start straying and doing every dang thing. I mean, if they could realize that God sees everything, so there's no secret little sin life you can have. You know, it's there. You know, some people were damaged, and some people have fetishes and things like that. They're trying to get over those, and it's because they were damaged when they were young. There's no need to be, you know, so ashamed. You know, the main thing is to offer it up to God, and to be able to talk about it, and not, you know, just bottle it up, and, you know, be able to understand, you know, yourself a little bit better by understanding the war that's raging within all of us. It just seems it's gotten very intense. I know that I've been blessed by the Lord with, kind of as I've gotten busy with certain things, well, that's not it. Maybe it's just a phase or something, but I've noticed the Lord has lifted things off of me, you know, things that had been plaguing me all my life, and patterns of behavior, different things have changed, in the sense that, you know, for the much better, in the sense that I don't, I've just had a terrible, terrible, terrible time with myself. I mean, nobody else's fault but mine, really, but coping with what had happened in the past, and wanting the world to be, just not wanting to grow up, or, just not wanting to see the truth and about the way it is. I mean, I've tried to, as well as I could, explain it as well as I could when I first came to the internet, and then all the way to today, to explain the situation. But I think it's almost self-explanatory these days, meaning it's there for people to see. I suppose in my bubbling along, trying to overcome my own fears and my own shame and my own guilt issues, I said truth. I said the truth, and then pretty much over time was vindicated. But people, they didn't just laugh at me. They actually just thought that someone was going to lock me up because what I was saying was so completely crazy. And about the system about the system. It was really about the enormity of what I was describing, the enormity of the iniquity. And that it wasn't just, the conspiratorial nature of it. In other words, the whole point of this particular Truman Show reality that we're all in here is just so they can have their way with us. This is like the cattle out there chewing the grass, wondering if anyone's going to be slaughtered. You know what I mean? So you're there because eventually you will be. And the reason that it's like that is because people over generations, keep the secrets. We live in a secret world. The world that we're presented with is not the real world. So the real world is kept a secret to us. And the real world is based on, the real world is literally based on, Satan and the occult of this earth for now. But we know that that's only a temporary thing because we know there's good, we know there's the light, we know there's God, we know there's Jesus, we know that's all real. So we understand that there's a collision between these two forces. It is now where it comes right to the surface, and then they want the fight because they can't win. Oh, now you're also seeing politically which is dark and which is light. Yeah. Politically, these people are being exposed for what they really are. And most are criminals that are in the government. They're not, they're always doing something like, well, you're on the terror list because you don't trust the government. It's like, nobody trusts the government. Nobody trusts the people there because the reason they do evil is because they're beholden, they're bought and paid for, yes, but also there's another aspect to it. Before they even got there, when they were kids, they made the decision to play ball. They went along, you see, in that playtime, the kids are watched, how they respond. And if they respond favorably, they go along, they're groomed for greatness. And if they don't, they're targeted for death. And that's why you don't have testimony. I can't find any of this stuff. That kids are all dead, stupid. They're all dead. Beginning to understand that you're living kind of in a factory, a soul scalping factory, where the whole point is to bring you to harvest in some perfect, point. Then you have all the rituals based on dates and the stars and the movement of things, and like they're all really into their rituals right now during the dark moon. And they're going crazy. Just keep giving it to God. Now you understand where your gang stalking comes from. When I always say it's a spiritual battle, it's because they're all organized, motivated, even paid for by the side that you don't see, by the spiritual nature of it. That's what motivates them. And then the mechanical, physical things they do are all basically a program, And the program keeps, they keep unveiling the next part and the next part. Then you see finally that the situation is we're in captivity, in a captive situation, and that gang stalking and targeting is really looking for people that are too smart, people that figured out what's going on, and obviously are against it, and people that aren't. It's just going to come down to that. It's going to come down to that very simple equation. And people that find out what's going on realize that the only way they're going to be able to breathe, i.e. eternal, the eternal breath, is that Jesus is the only way they can breathe that breath, because the blood of Christ is the only thing that actually redeems or pays for the fallen condition of humanity. Even if you haven't consented to your soul being gone, you know what I mean? You still, you're still born into captivity and still need to be bought and paid for. So I was bought with the blood of Christ, and so that's it. That's the only reality there is. But people don't realize, they go, well, Jesus was around here 2,000 years ago. Yes, there was an appearance, and then there was a clock set in motion for this time that I believe we're quickly moving into. And don't be surprised if you see chimeras and even people walking in and out of walls, people walking on the ceiling. These kind of things are in horror movies and things like that. You're going to be seeing more and more of these manifestations, kind of like, out the corner of your eye, and then over here, and then over there, and then with higher and higher frequency. And the other thing is there's a feeling of instability within most people. That instability is going to increase. And my advice on that is just really cling, of course, to the Lord. But I mean, really praising the Lord. When you're not praying, you're praising. When you're not praising, you're praying. And try to really get in concert with what God has for you. I mean, I'm in concert with what God has for me. And then I say, well, Lord, there's so many Christians that disagree, and they just want me out of the way, or they don't want me to talk anymore. They don't, whatever, they have this whole agenda against me. And the answer is yes. So that's an indication you're doing it right. In other words, if you're on the path God has for you, you may not, the others around you, like Job's friends, may not be in agreement with you. They'll say, oh, that's evil, or that's wrong, or you shouldn't do that, or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I had some of these people on my page recently on Facebook. I had to flush them because I can't tolerate any of that sort of thing, that you have to listen to this kind of music, you have to do that to prove you're a Christian. Unfortunately, they're doing that to Kanye right now, so they're putting him in a straitjacket. And I wish they wouldn't do that, but that's some of the stuff he's going to have to fight through. If he decides to go do a rap album, let me explain it. I'm going to be very clear here. If he decided right now to go forward, because God wanted him to do a rap album, real down and dirty, with lots of expletives, regarding this battle we're in, and it could be just as dark as everyone else, but it really had a purpose. And, but it isn't. It's disturbing. It's subversive because it's coming from that side of things. You see, even though it may have some of the same material. Oh, that's of the devil, they'll say. Because why do I say that? Because they're already saying these stupid. God, fuck these guys. I hate them. They're already saying, yes, I listened to Kanye's wonderful album, and, he's bearing fruit. Everything's good. It's all about Jesus, and it's just great. Welcome. Yay, we're having a revival. And the fate is sealed. The straitjacket is securely on Kanye. And should God lead him another direction with his music, besides his Jesus freak thing that's going on now, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Do I need to listen to it? I'll listen to it if I feel like it. I'm a free man. If I have no reason not to. If it comes up, I'll check it out. Got no objection to it. And I wish him, a good success with his new commercial venture. You see, most people I know are in denial about the world, culture, enterprise, and all this stuff. It's really very simple, but you got to have a little bit of ability to be alone, because when you choose to do something that doesn't fit into their paradigm, their little box about what a Christian is or not, all hell breaks loose. You're hated. Then the world hates you. The Jesus people hate you. Everybody, it's basically you're Mr. Controversy. Everybody is just up in arms. It's upsetting everybody. It's upsetting the apple cart everywhere. There's no predictability. The humans can't handle it. That's because you're doing what God wants you to do, and it's stirring things up. And that's the thing about following the path God has for you. In most cases, honestly, it's not the path that the logical Christian would have for you to follow. And how I get it already, in my dental office where, it's like, I'm doing something. How is that glorifying God? How is this awful music you're doing glorifying God? You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh my God, they tried to put me in a straitjacket. I'm not going to bow down to them. I'm not bowing down to you. I'm not going to bow down to somebody over here. I'm not bowing down. I'm not giving in. I'm not giving up. I'm not stopping the fight. I'm going to fight all the way till my last day. And, Christians, non-religious, religious, whatever, they're all going to have a problem. Because you're following a path that God has for you, and it's stirring things up. He's using you to do something. Right now, the Lord wants to upheave the whole thing. Everyone, all of our presumptions and false assumptions of things, He wants to upend. Okay, let me just repeat that one more time. First of all, I think Kanye is a very nice guy. I've listened to him, and I never was really a fan. It was really, it's not really that much into rap. I like it when I hear it, but it just, you know what I mean? For me, it was like, I was very influenced by what I was influenced by, so it wasn't really rap. But anyway, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any guile in the man. I've got, nothing but, my idea is to, the people should keep him in prayer for when the persecution comes. And it's going to come. It's going to come from the Christian side. It's going to come from even Christians that are supporting him now will turn on him when they say, oh, he went back to doing, he's back doing that rap, or he's back, something to that effect. Because I know the guy is not predictable, and that's just driving them nuts about him, and so we're not sure what he's going to do. But all heaping praise, oh, there's fruit, man, look at that Jesus record. And they're all doing that. And of course, you understand what that means, right? That he has to stay on that particular path forever, musically, or, F him, or he's the devil, or he's going to hell. You see what I mean? Well, if you're smart, you just be like anybody else, God lead you this way, God lead you that way. But oftentimes, like when I quote somebody really, let me give you another example of Christian persecution. When I would have the early Zeph party, I used to put there used to be a daily blog. There'd be a written blog and probably a little audio to go with it, and it'd be kind of a daily scroll type of thing, just ongoing. And at the top, there's a little area on the Zeph Report opening, the web page where you could put a saying of somebody. And I would just, to piss people off, I guess. I don't know why I did this, but maybe it was a God-led thing. Now that I look back on it, I think it was kind of a God-led thing, where they like I would quote different authors, and I'd quote Lao Tzu, and I'd quote the Buddhist saying or something, and I'd quote something from the the Bible, or I quote, various things, and they just went nuts, screaming of how my false light path and New Age and how evil and sick and don't listen to him, and they went on. And the more they criticized me, the more I felt I had to do it. Because God made me a free man, you see. I'm not a slave. So I had to do it, you understand? Conforming to the outward appearance of Christian is as bad as being, an outright, cannibalizing Satanist, let's say, that loves to, the Jeffrey Dahmer crowd, which there's a lot of them too. But they don't get caught because it's a sacrament that is protected by the world system. We're getting clear here about just all the double deceptions, double the horrible way that we all kind of stop each other or put in judgment. No, I know. I saw that guy. He goes, oh, well, I went and listened to the album, and I was so, he's bearing fruit right now. This is a great Christian brother. I'm sold. And nobody understands what's going on. What? Oh, really? I gotta... Nobody understands really what's going on. And, I understand. Well, we'll deal with that later. So nobody really understands the whole thing about that there can be this pressure coming the other way, this backlash thing. And even when people are, set free, they're free indeed, but they, out of fear usually, will kind of, stick to the crowd, as it were. And I believe that's because, nobody really likes being criticized. Nobody likes standing out. And usually what stands out gets hammered down. And I think, but I'm just showing you one example of a bind. The same thing that Brian Welch went through, the guitar player for Korn, and arguably, one of the best, right, in the world. And, and he went through this whole thing with the religionistas, which is what I call them. And, when they have their rules about things, and, this is, and I see this all over the net, and I don't know what to do, because I'm so frightened at the stupidity of so many people. The fact they won't reason it through, the fact they won't think about the consequences of laying up so much praise. I think the expectation for Brian Welch was that he would do his gospel music, and he would fit in with the church system, and he would be doing this, bring this whole thing, to the world for Jesus and all that. And he went through this backlash thing, and then people were saying, oh, I don't know, you know what I mean? And they went the other way because, he slipped back to the old ways because the Korn has continued on playing their music. And it's really funny because I think the entire band are sold out to Jesus at this point, but they're doing the music they want to do. And they're led to do the music they're doing, and that's, I'm all, and that freedom and that, I don't think that those guys, I'm not a huge fan in the sense I don't follow them like maybe some of you follow them. I'm not really following anyone, at this point in my life. But what I can say is that they have more chance of landing on the truth going about it their way that they're going now than they would be conforming to what they think something, that Jesus would like or whatever, and then, or that the Christian community would like. And so we need to feed them at this particular thing. And that's slavery. I'm sorry, but that's up and up, slavery. And it's, it's the sort of thing that, God's not, they have I think a misconception of who God is or what the whole point of all this is. One thing is freedom is both internal and external. It's something that it comes with a price. Obviously the price of the shed blood of Jesus is freedom, right? The truth, the way, the life. That's why Paul was always going on about, I'm free to choose all these things, but they're not necessarily profitable for me, but they're, trying to emphasize what freedom means. And, the ultimate bondage freedom thing, it's really a strange kind of combo. Think of bondage, freedom, freedom, bondage, and the connection. Well, as a bondservant of Christ, I say, Lord, which way? Because that's the only way I want to go. Okay, this way. But if I go that way, people will think that I'm no good to you, Lord, and I'd be rejected. Well, that's the way I have for you. So this is what we do to people, and we politicize. We put pressure on, like what happened to Brian Welch, and then what's happening, to a much greater extent with Kanye now, because he's much more of a superstar. So that pressure of, it's great that he's got a Jesus album out, and it'd be fine if he puts another album out or something that's, whatever kind of album. There shouldn't be we'll see, that means this or this means that, or the album is proof of fruit. No, it's not really. It's not really the proof of fruit. Whoever said that, I feel so sorry for them. They've got a long ways to go, let's put it that way. Fruit, if we can measure fruit, the only way I could even begin to measure would be when trouble comes, when horrible things happen. Perhaps how are you in that storm? How are you weathering that storm? If you're withstanding the pain and withstanding the horror, and you're giving it to the Lord every day, and you just, that by your enduring the pain and the suffering, you're beginning to have hope, and that hope is really what faith is, and that is fruit. God's growing that through you. You're growing that fruit. It's growing. It's painful growing. Painful to grow. But nonetheless, that is fruit. And, I think that's something you can see, because you can see hardship, and then you can see the withstanding of suffering. You can see the growth of faith, the growth of hope out. As the Bible says, that's what builds character. God is growing character, and character has faith. Character and faith go hand in hand, right? Hope, character, and faith go hand in hand. It comes out of hardship and suffering usually. That's why people used to pray for America to go through persecution, which is happening now. They got the prayers were answered. So that faith, what was the point of the persecution? So that faith could grow. That's the true revival, is faith. Faith in God, willing to turn over your life to the Lord, and not just willing, but happily to do so. And, that's where your free will is going, i.e. the redemption of your soul through the shed blood of Jesus Christ. And then, Lord, whatever you'd have me do. And then, like I say, sometimes people do things that I don't understand, that makes me think, maybe they've fallen. But then I have to back off of that. All I can do is just hang around. I'm not here to judge them or to keep watching them, I guess if someone's out there killing people or robbing people or something like that, you could say, hey, you need an intervention. Jesus, what are you doing this for? That's obvious. That's an obvious thing. Of course, intervention. Of course, rescue. Of course, people can repent and repent and, continue to repent and have another chance. Usually when people repent, they have to withdraw their free will choice from earlier, i.e. to serve the criminals in order to, move up the ladder more quickly, as the evil side here in this particular situation goes up, and of course the good gets pushed down. But as this changing in the guard is happening, as this big epic battle is raging, I think, and we're seeing so many things come to light, come out into the open. That's what I never thought I would see this playtime thing. I used to, I remember when I had to deal with that. It was so painful back around 1992 that, I just was flooded with all these memories. And then, of course, before that, but I kept burying it. It was so awful. And I realized as I remembered, that the children involved in that were, probably became, they did become, in several cases, the movers and shakers today. And I also remember the murder attempts and the attempts at drowning, and all that for not really being, some of the kids were, they were traumatized, and so they kind of, they were ashamed, and so they just became like a resistant ball of energy, and they wound up dead. They weren't going to comply because the treatment and the very scientific treatment, it's really very scientific, of breaking children to be brought up in usually multiple personalities and things like that would serve the system. So you get an idea, if that's the case, how many psychopaths there are that run the world, right? You get an idea of what you're dealing with. Most people are not. Most people are not going to figure it out, and you just have to accept that. But at the same time, because my reasoning is, they're putting it in our faces right now, the biggest battle of all time, the biggest open disclosure of all time. They're putting it in the schools, and nobody seemingly, especially in California, and nobody bats an eye. And then, of course, forced vaccinations, forced pedophilia and all that legalized. So, it'll go on and on and on. But the whole purpose, obviously, in the end, is to have the rule of Satan upon the earth in the open, and have all that stuff be acceptable to people. And the elites, of course, to be worshipped. You have to worship the beast. Worship the beast. They've been, pretty much getting people to do that by having people worship celebrities. They worship celebrities. And the celebrities are all completely in that system themselves. And, and the whole thing is really what I call the real world, that is more real than this one we're in, because that's the control mechanism. And that also determines the outcome of so many things. And once people start figuring out that mechanism, like they've done movies like The Matrix and things like that to try to get at just what it is. That's what it is, and what being awakened means, and what being red pill means. And it's you can get there through seeing various conspiracies, how they're never resolved. And they're not conspiracies. They're just basically, acts of incredible crime that just go unchecked, like your chemtrails, your Monsantos, and your Ebola outbreaks, and just any manner of evil. And how can they get away with that? Worldwide, seemingly all year long, and no one goes to jail. It's because that's the power. That's the rulership. That's the whole point of going through these rituals, especially, getting into the system, into the workforce, and into the different guilds and clubs and things. Is there's one main purpose, is that's to allay guilt and to sear the conscience, so they can do acts that are unspeakable, that they'd be covered for, various criminal acts, and be able to advance in society rather than decline. What is evil to them are people that can see, just like in the movie They Live. That's the biggest sin you can have, that you can see them. That makes them very uncomfortable. and that you know what they're into, and you know that they figured it out, right? That everything opposite of, say, what would be common sense, everything opposite of what would be good, everything opposite of the light, of the truth, would be their stock and trade. So how do you be a person like that and get away with it? How do you have a sheen or a cover? Well, that's supernaturally given, so that you can get away with this kind of stuff without being caught. How can Hillary Clinton, for example, be cackling when asked about bumping off Epstein? How can she be cackling about all the pedophilia, the human trafficking, and especially the all that was in the emails? How can these people be cackling and walking around? And the answer is because our government has failed. And that's the answer. Hey, most people don't want. We're going to get it back with Trump. No, at this point, it's not. I mean, if it ever does work, that'd be great. But it's failed because unless you can, guarantee this stuff doesn't go on, you really don't have a country. You can't be involved in human trafficking and drug trafficking and opium wars and wars for whatever purpose, for the purpose of juicing up the war machine companies, for money, and think that at some point there's going to be a blessing in the abortion machine and the organ trafficking and all that stuff that goes on. You'd think there'd be some law, somebody, somewhere, but there isn't. We keep talking about it, but nothing's getting done. And I know Trump is going after the low-hanging fruit. He's arresting. Every week we have more and more arrests of pedophiles and child pornography and the dark web being shut down, and a lot of good things like that are being dealt with. But the big picture is still very elusive. The thing I like about this time period is that it's acknowledging our side. They're afraid of our side. They're afraid of the light. They're afraid of Jesus. They're afraid of people that pray in Jesus' name. They're afraid of pleading the blood of Jesus Christ on any situation. They're afraid of us living by the Lord's way and not their programming. They're afraid that we might do our own thing. We might do something they can't predict. They might not have a top-down control through TV and frequencies and phones and internet and screens and all these frequencies. They feel they've got us. That we'll see a little conspiracy, but we won't ever figure it all out. We won't ever really, really figure it out and apply it to our own lives. So we're still good, they're thinking. The only way that I can really express it would be to come up with allegories and metaphors and, parables and things. I mean, that's the only way you could really get at it for any kind of people, so their eyes would open. And we've done quite a bit of that in science fiction. And, Jesus, of course, in his parables in the Bible, trying to explain what this is. Trying to explain to people that they need help. Trying to explain to people they need help. It's not what you think it is. Like, when it's not all the laughing and cackling. It's very serious business. And as people get ensnared in it and think that they're just dabbling in it and they're fine, meanwhile their consent has gone to it, and meanwhile they're being used in structural, satanic rituals, and they don't even know it because it looks like regular life, right? They don't really know what they're seeing, and yet they're defending it, and they want to go after people that aren't conforming to it, say like real Christians. And they actually want to kill them, which is the of course, because there's a complete hostility between the two sides. I mean, it's basically one side's going to, wants to kill the other side. But, one's going to live and one's going to die. It's just this horrible antipathy. But to see humans fall for the slavery of the dark side, and then to think it's cool, and to see people like with their and all their heavy metal garb and their, piercings and tattoos and Charles Manson, tattoos and things like that. And so my answer is, okay, killer, tough killer, huh? You're a tough killer, baby. So who have you killed today? And of course, once you know, it's just like somebody who's like a bully. Once you demask them, they're just a whimpering, coward, because they haven't killed anybody. They haven't done all this stuff. They haven't lived a hardcore life. But it's like, don't you realize with all these costumes you're wearing, all these things you're doing, you're bowing down to the very people that you hate, because they're above you. You see. They tell you which way to jump, and you jump. Don't you understand that? The only true rebellion would be the rebellion against the world system, which is Christ. Other than that, there is no rebellion. You're continuing the fight against humanity on behalf of the devil, and you are being a traitor to humanity. You're sticking a knife in the back of humanity. You're saying humanity must conform and will hunt you down, which basically is Satan. Okay, that's Satan's way. And these people actually adopt that way. They have no idea who they are. They have no idea what they're thinking. All they know is they work as a hive to go after people, to stalk people, to ruin people, to do whatever. You see the news media doing that today more than anything. Is like a gang stalking thing, like a gaslighting thing. Lying and distorting and trying to destroy anyone that disagrees. That's the satanic way. Totalitarianism is the satanic way. Global communism is the satanic way. The Chinese system is the satanic way. It's all very structural. It's all very organized. And but then one must ask, what is the purpose of it? Again, it's not to give humans jobs so they can do jobs. It's to take the souls. It's to take the souls away from the Lord. But it's to I don't know exactly what happens, but to, let's say they recycle the souls. Let's say there is reincarnate. Let's say they're operating where they're recycling souls over and over to harness power. Whatever it is, it's a derivative. But the people are a commodity here. You're born a commodity. And you're bought and sold and traded just like any other commodity, and that's pure bondage. Christ is the opposite, breaks the bonds. But the idea there is you want God. Yes, the bonds are broken, but regardless, you want God. You go to, when you find out the answer, God, then you're pushing into God through Jesus. You're pushing in, because that's what you love, right? So that then the chains are broken, and that's for what forever looks like. And for a lot of people, it may not be enough, but it's because they can't imagine what that really means. I remember when again, I repeat this story about 5 times a year, and I apologize if it's too repetitive, but I remember when John MacArthur, when I was at a sermon of his in the Valley of L.A., and at his church, the Grace Church, and I was saying that he was explaining how he was going to do, he was talking about the New Jerusalem, which is a pretty heady topic, pretty ethereal, pretty out there, That's what I love about it. He's talking about it like, I'm going to do everything I can do here, so I don't just want to be a janitor in the New Jerusalem. I want to have some kind of position, so I'm going to do everything I can do here so I can get elevated to that position there. And God bless him, he couldn't see the fault in that statement. He couldn't see what he was saying. He could not fathom the depths of craziness with okay, dogs. He couldn't fathom the depths of he just didn't know what he said. He just, you know what I mean? And the poor guy couldn't figure it out. That, that's that kind of thinking is what God wants to break us of. We are not hierarchical in our thinking. That's the world. It's the opposite. You know, it's almost like he's auditioning to go to be a honcho in the world, which he already is. But he also wants to be a honcho in the New Jerusalem, and he figures that by doing good things, and that good things are certainly nice, but that, you know, I guess, you know, doing everything the Bible tells him to do, you know, so he can get a good job. It's that clause on the end, so he can get a good job. Right? It just reeks of earth dwelling. It just, can't you see that, you know, we're all joint heirs in Christ? I mean, just the way Peter put it. You know, we are just, you know, there is no hierarchy. You know, there is no need for a crown. Here's your crown. Well, here, I throw it right back to you, Lord, because you're my crown. As one. You know, there doesn't even need to be a me with my name in the New Jerusalem. I just want to be with you, Lord. That's it. And if you want me to go do this or go do that, I'll go do it. Very difficult for other people to know what God's will for you is. But they will certainly volunteer what they believe is right for you. And they'll volunteer because they're very programmed by the religion. And they think people should behave. I had one person on Facebook that I had to get rid of. And, you know, and she's nice, just very immature, perhaps, or not really understanding the way it works with God. I'm not sure exactly, but made a statement of, you know, talking about just having, you know, funny talk. I just made a, you know, comedic talk, you know, nothing really serious. And I think I had a thread that said, you know, I'm tired of G-strings, and, you know, I love the form of women, but I mean, it's just an ongoing thing with the G-string. It's like, well, you might as well just be nude then. You know, I mean, there's nothing left of the imagination, whatever. That's what I meant. And people were making funny jokes and things. It was just really not even X-rated banter. There was nothing really wrong with it. But there she comes and she goes, I want you to stop all this foolish talking. You know, the only way we can see Jesus is with holiness. And it's like, yes, but people do find time for humor and for stories and for the gospel and for all kinds of things. But how is it not glorifying God? Some people would say, yeah, if you can find a way to laugh together, that's great. That's really bringing in a fellowship. You know, other people maybe not, but it's like, stop this foolish talking. And I was just thinking, is it 24/7, you know, no talking, or there's no interaction, or nobody can have a joke, and nobody can, it's all just mean? And I think this is what this person's running into. It's going to be really tough for her because she goes around condemning children of God, you know, fellow servants, and because they're not acting the way she thinks that a Christian should act. And so, you know, and also a person that goes around saying, don't judge lest you be judged, while she judges everyone. So, yes, there is that. I'm sorry for that, Lord. Boy, I'm sorry. Sometimes people, they want to be something important in the, you know, the realm of the of God. You know, they want to elevate themselves to something, you know, really good. So they go around telling everybody the rules that you have to stick to or you won't see Jesus. Well, I see Jesus right now. I see Jesus in something unrelated. I see Jesus in people interacting. I see Jesus in no interaction. I see Jesus as the solution to much suffering and evil that people complain about. I see Jesus when I'm refraining from sin, or if I sin. I see Jesus when my thoughts, words, actions, deeds are of a holy nature, meaning not about me, but about what God wants. That would be, holiness is being in concert with the Lord. I see many people in concert with the Lord, worried that they're not doing right because they're worried about what other people think rather than what God thinks. So these are some of the things that I think some of the, I wouldn't say mistakes, but some of the ugly aspects of humanity, pride aspects, I suppose, and others where people seek to be an authority on a thing and be treated as someone with authority. It just doesn't seem to work with God. And I guess that's... But meanwhile, the people, they like having the structure of pastors and elders and, bishops and deacons, and they like all that stuff. It's a lot harder for man to just be, equally given to the Lord and to say goodbye to his fellow man because he's being taken on a path over this way and this other one cannot follow. Goodbye, I love you, sorry. Our paths have to part now because my life is going in this direction and I'm being led this way. If I don't see you before then, I'll see you on the flip. So, regarding this war that, is coming out into the open, for me it's a good thing. If that war of the heavens has to come right down here, because people are beginning to see, it's not literally what they're saying about politics or about, whatever it is. It's a spiritual war. People are beginning to see that's just what it is. The evil people are just going to be manifesting that evil, and they're on that evil side, and they've consented to it. They've given their souls to it. That's who they are. So everything that you hold dear, they're going to be against it because you're not evil. You're on the side of good. You may not be good yourself completely, and nobody really is completely good, but you're not consenting to the evil, you're consenting to the good, though you're repenting and you're, not letting yourself get recruited by that evil side. You're not going to conform to the world because they are the world. Because the world is an anti-human situation. Any conformity to the world is enmity with God, you know that. And being a friend of the Lord is being an enemy of the world, too. It goes that way, too. It's a really big fight. And it seems to me that the forces of Antichrist and Christ are just lining up here. It may be a literal bloody battle, but it's really ultimately about faith. The whole battle that's getting ready to go on here, if it goes to a physical level. Right now we're in a civil war in America and in a lot of parts of the world, but we're in one now. And it's, someone said, the last part of the civil war is where the shooting happens. And yes, we could have, tens of millions of people dead in this country very quickly if this thing, continues the way it's continuing. Again, the answer to the suffering and strife is to be focused on, escape. And the only way of escape is to be transformed and renewed within. That's what the Lord does with people. We are renewed in the Spirit. We are a new man. We're not beholden to that where we were born anymore, and we're not bond servants of the devil. We're no longer commodities. We are not bought and sold as they may think they buy and sell us, but they don't, because our behavior is completely the Lord's will and not theirs. So if you can't be predictable, you can't really be bought and sold, period. And of course, the journey after death and all that, you continue on as the being you already are, who you've always been, and then it turns out paradoxically that you've always been, pretty much, And that's a little more esoteric, but I mean, it is backed up in the doctrine of eternity, in predestination, rather, by Paul, et cetera, in the Bible. It talks about, this, we've seen other aspects of that as well. But whatever God wants to do with this thing, right, he wants to bring a healing. He wants to bring wholeness. He wants to bring a resolve. So this clash that's going on, that's revealing everything about who they are. No God, no morals regarding children, no lawlessness, and embracing many of those attributes while putting on a business suit and looking squeaky clean on the outside. They are but mere receptacles of, waste management on the, within themselves. And it all comes down to that decision. So I would suspect that in the coming months and weeks, it's not going to be a long time. In the coming weeks and days for this thing to, somehow after the new year, if it looks like Trump could win in a landslide, they might just go to the war option right there and just start trying to set it off. But they would be acting alone. They would be acting under a created being, making, 2 or 3 steps removed from creator their own decisions, which are always wrong, on how they're going to conduct the genocide and bring in the robots and bring in the, I noticed the Terminator's out again. They want to bring in a post-human world. That's basically it. And for humanity to survive, these people must be defeated. I don't think the Lord is going to stand by and watch his creation taken apart by these people and all the chimeras they're making and all the naughty little experiments they're doing and all their top secret abominations they got all have one thing in common. Anti-God. That's all. It's fascinating. It really is. It really is. But do I like... Well, I like things being where they are now because, you see, this is an answer to my prayer when I was a young, child and then growing up in a situation that's very confusing and I, was abusive and now I see, that it was the world system and that's, the way it's always been and now people are beginning to understand that through the exposure of the pedophiles teaching the children. The people teaching our children are pedophiles and they're vetted as such. Their job is to sexualize the children through playtime rituals, which are rituals, to prepare them for the way society really is. They're not anathema, like I say. The people that I remember, they're all movers and shakers out there with important positions of power in our society. And they came up the ladder the right way, and apparently they didn't have any problem with it. So they were exalted. I know. It gives you a whole different perspective of the world. But again, I'm not of this world. I don't think you're of this world necessarily. But I do believe God will cleanse the world, and I'm of everything God created in a sense. But I'm not of the culture. Let's put it this way. I guess culture is a good word here. I'm not for the culture of this world as it stands, which is basically veiled evil. In other words, you do evil as you get away with it, but on the outside you're squeaky clean. I think that's the way that it's set up. You know, never let the masses see what's really going on behind the curtain. You know, it's just a slave factory. That's it. The harvesting of souls through the consent and free will of the participants of the beloved of God. God made you in the image and likeness of himself, ultimately be, after all this is over, after all this, you know, after we're forced into being the holy people, into being, you know, washed clean, that we would be the tabernacle of the living God and the completion of the entire cycle. Creator and creation rolled into one. All these people are trying to prolong this life, but there's others now that are really wanting not just depopulation, but wanting, you know, one side to smash the other side and to have depopulation through war and things like that. And they're really clamoring for it. Will they get it? I doubt seriously that man will be able to predict or get anything that man thinks he's going to get. I think that it remains highly unpredictable what God will do. And save for the people that are truly prophetic, will be able to be, have answers and hope. From my perspective, I don't really think that this is. I have seen how God's people are blessed during this period. Materially blessed, lifted up, given things to do that will be of value in the world, not rejected as just black sheep, go away, go hide in the corner, but that God's people are integral, and they always were. They always have been integral. It's in the beginning of a society that God's people build it, and then as the decadence comes in, the other people come in and infiltrate. But there's no worry that God won't have his quota, that he won't have his souls, that he won't have his consent, that he won't have people that are at his beck and call for whatever he wants to do. And I think that's a good thing in the end. I think, like I said, the reveal to people is going to be very, very interesting, because they're going to know they are beloved of Christ. They're going to know so well right now where they belong. There's not any ambiguity anymore. It is this is different from when in my youth, and this is different from when the Zeph report began. This has been prophesied that it would come to a situation like this where things would become so very clear, and they have been. And the people that were saying about what this world really is, they've all were ridiculed back then. Conspiracy theorists, tinfoil hat. Turns out they were not conspiracists at all. Other than, realizing the big conspiracy of, the devil usurping the world and proclaiming himself king of demanding worship and having all these humans go along with it. I think that's probably, the last grand deception would be that. Revival, well, as this evil ramps up, this war ramps up, obviously Jesus is going to ramp up too. And but if you look around, I'm sure that we as a whole body of Christ need to be strengthened in the Lord and need to be made equal. The people that have, obviously could not survive in the churches because they were good people, meaning the church has to be, cleaned up and things like that. I mean, that's going to be persecution that does that. So, what that means, with the future of, entertainment or, things you see in the culture or things people preoccupy themselves with. I have no idea. I really don't know. I just all I can do is do my little part. And but right now, the Lord wanted me to expand, to blow this up for you, to expand it so you can see, the bigger picture here. That there are people that need to know that. You need to know that there's never a moment where the Lord's not with you. I mean, the Lord's with us all at every moment. I feel His presence more closely today than I ever have. And I've been in a lot of trouble in the past, and I've had Him close, but not as close as this. It's a little bit different this time. And again, a lot of the depths of Satan, the what you might call, what Govinda calls the taproot of Satanism is, human trafficking and, abusing of the kids and all this kind of stuff. It's happening in your face every day. They're saying, well, kids are being trained to accept pedophilia. So it's like, game on. That has to be stopped. Now, in a time of real justice in a situation like that, you can almost see vigilante justice having to be called into play because obviously if the teachers are buggering, literally putting their hands on the children, they have to be stopped. I mean, they have to physically be stopped. And so we'll see what happens with that idea. Perhaps people will realize they have to police their own communities. They have to get rid of those teachers and to stop them from, being infiltrating and taking over, and then making that the agenda of school rather than education. All right. Well, I think this is going to be short, sweet, and to the point. The real war is spiritual, as you know, but the real comfort is in the spirit as well. So it's not like you don't have recourse. What happens here is you have recourse, more prayer, more dedication, but more courage to face the Lord and go where He wants you to go, which again may not be in concert with your fellow man. And that's just, it's just one of those things that's tough for people. I mean, Job had this problem too. I mean, they're basically deserted by everybody, feeling like, oh, he had bad luck, so he must have been doing something wrong in the eyes of the Lord. And when he wouldn't heed, he was deserted. So, okay, we're going to get out of here now. God bless you, each and every one. Thank you for being here. Oh, a few little things. I'm very, grateful to have been allowed to speak, freely and to help to work out. I had so many confusions and, I just kept telling the truth, but, it took a long time to piece it all together regarding, the way society is. I suppose it's been a lifelong journey to understand what happened, what happened to me, what was going on. But I think, now I understand. So, when I went public, I realized that I could help many other people to understand. They were understanding the same thing I understood. And it's almost like we could complete each other's sentences. It's like wow, well, so it's a good thing this is all out in the open. It's a good thing it's all out in the open then. I mean, it was kind of leaking out back in the early 2000s, and then we had some of the people that were, people that had been bought and sold and, made into slaves and had, high positions and got around high celebrities and would tell stories about how corrupt they were. And that if the public ever really knew, that they would, be disenchanted with their stars and people they looked up to. Well, that's very, very true, because as long as people think that the devil's way is the only way of doing something, and they want to foist that on other people, thus doing the devil's bidding, thus putting a knife in the back of humanity and then revealing themselves as what? Traitors. And once you're a traitor, you're always a traitor. You know, when it gets to a situation where it's not convenient for you, you turn on the boss. You turn on the guy. You become a traitor on that. You turn on the captain of the ship. And it's a bad precedent to set to make people into traitors if you do that to the whole society and force them to conform, thus becoming traitors to themselves and their communities, and living a secret life. If that's the way it has to be, then that is death to humanity. Nobody that ever, crossed to the other side really ever contributed anything other than an infinity mirror, an illusion. And if you're affiliated, if you're not sure, just look at it this way. The whole point of the world system is parasitical. It has to suck off itself or find other innocent victims to suck off of. It's the only way it can really survive. Whereas God is direct power through Jesus, you have the power within you, direct, like you're the sun, right? You're the power. There is no derivative there. You're direct. And I understand why people do it. But also understand one thing, as far as the ones who are the people say, I have a dream to be the best at this or that. Well, that's great, go for it. But if you're looking for a shortcut or looking for people to lift you up in that endeavor, very few people, percentage-wise, really, make it the way that it's promised. The world, over-promises and under-delivers. Okay? They're basically saying, come in here with us while we lay wait for innocent blood. Get it? Innocent blood. And to take the spoil. It's the world system. Page uno. Proverbs uno. It's very simple. And to live the other way, which they don't want to do, is basically, instead of feeding off your neighbor, causing other people harm, scamming away, whatever, it's live freely, right? They come around trying to drain you, they can't. I don't know why you keep trying to drain me. Here, have all the energy you want. It's free. Here you go. You don't have to steal it. I know, you have to steal it to make it worth something because you're backwards. Here, free. You're scaring me. Here, free. You can have it. It's free. Here's Jesus. You can have it. It's all about love. You want to be loved? Well, the devil don't love you. Your friends don't love you. It's just that there's a camaraderie of all being in the muck together. But the Lord will lift you up into holiness. It's His holiness. When we're in His holiness, we tend to be more, holy. Yeah, we tend to want more of that. But we're also leaving the carnal world at that point. And we miss that. We miss the ease of operating under our own understanding rather than, feeling like a babe in the woods that needed to be shown the way, needed to be taught things, needed to understand, needed to be built up, needed to be grown, needed to grow. It's painful. Versus the opposite. Atrophying. Right? Withering, the Bible calls it. You wither when you're not connected to the vine and to Jesus, the fruit. What does it do? It falls on the ground. What happens? It withers. Must be connected to the vine. And the vine dresser, it says in John 15, is God, is the Almighty.
And as long as it's all connected, John 17 goes on to point out that all is one in one. End of story. Checkmate and game. Okay, folks. I'll see you later.